Guys, we are live with Necropolis Grail again, and this is a match between Knutan 96 and Necros. So the map is, as always, first game, graveyards, and Knutan here with the obvious pick being Lithuanians here. As you can see, there are a lot of relics, should be at least 10 I think, or it should be 10 usually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around 10 relics. And Necros as Incas. So Incas most common strategy lately has been the villager and tower rush, very all-in 1v1 strategy, but they certainly have decent archers or evil scouts as other options as well. So map looking good for Necros here. He has 2 pawns like right next to his base, should have a decent and easy wall off against Knutan's side here. Knutan also with a back pawn, he has already discovered it, he's scouting nicely here, and Necros as well has at least discovered 1 pawn here, and maybe we'll see it making use of it. Could be that he's already out looking for his opponent and wanting to lay him, or it could also be auto-scouting at work here. Who knows? But he's taking the sheep, we're taking 2 sheep at the same time here, unfortunately. That's a typical thing that could happen. This tournament is played on fast speed, and it's even tougher than usual to keep track on the stuff going on at all times. So Necros bringing in his war now. He has probably looking for his enemy now. Didn't find Knutan just yet. Knutan also bringing in the board here. Bouldering is actually a bit more stressful as well when playing on fast speed, because there are just every action happens a bit faster, and a bit unlucky second war for Necros here, but I believe he's found it. No, Knutan, I mean, on Knutan's side, it's behind the wood line, so he should consider taking Loom before during this war, but at least he's found it. It's behind this woodline here, so he is going to green him now. It's actually not that far, he might be able to succeed here. Knutan very consistent. Lithuanians also start with the extra food, so it's certainly easier to sustain the villager production here. He is taking a little villager lead, but that doesn't necessarily have to mean something significant for the later game. So Knutan, Norwegian player, I know he likes his archer play, but it would also make sense to go scouts as Lithuanian. So, and considering he has 3 on wood for now, I think this is a scout's build for Knutan. On the other hand, we have Necros. He's milling his berries now. Didn't go to gold yet, but let's see what his plan is. He's only at 15 villagers, so he won't be taking up just yet. Looks like his war was behind the woodlands as well. So the resource disposition for both players isn't ideal. But I think walling off wise, Necros is better off here, because this is the immediate closest crossing towards his enemy and could be easily walled off. Fuel age coming in from Knutan is at 10%, meaning he will reach fuel age. What's his population? He's doing 20 pop up with Lithuanians. Should easily be able to sustain scouts with his food count here. He even went up without Loom. So pretty ballsy going up without Loom, but he has also scouted his enemy, seeing that there isn't any barracks or anything from Necros. So he knows. No, actually he hasn't scouted his enemy yet. Okay, that's unfortunate for his scouting. I thought I saw Knutan scout over here. Alright, so Knutan goes up without Loom to get up even faster, but we see Loom straight in queue right up on hitting feudal, and he won't be facing any early aggression from his opponent here, so no worries for Knutan. He's beginning his wall up a bit. Here's the barracks being dropped. Actually, potentially started a bit late here. See if this one will finish in time for village. But resource disposition nice here. Necros is also on the way up very soon. He's going with 3 on wood. He's going for the pond as well. I like it, the fact that he's docking. That's going to boost his food income. But village is in for Newton at slightly above 9 minutes. And looks like the barracks is up, and he devotes 2 villagers to building the stable and has to get it up quicker. But and he might or might not reach his opponent before he is in village ready to make spears here. Newton sees Necros' villager building the dock here. The dock is up, but the house isn't. But being in case Necros has some decent pop space here, so there's no worries. But unfortunately, he will lose this villager who won't make it back to the DC in time. Fishing ships coming out for Necros as well. He is boosting his food eco. Newton being started with his walls here. There's a barracks coming out for Necros. Could be he's going archers or eagle scouts, but he's not ready for either. He isn't that gold at all yet. So I'm wondering what his plan is here right now. He could be just setting up the eco for a better boom, but I think these 3 are now they're going to wood. So should be fairly easy for Necros to sustain production of a few spearmen here to deal with the scouts that are forward already here. So is queuing spearmen intact, and there's also queuing fishing ships. Looks like he is opting for the fish boom here. I'm surprised if he is considering forward. Could be he's going straight for the skirmishers as well, or something for a ranged option. I'm not sure what his play is right now. But spears are out. He's chasing the scouts. He should be able to get some hits in here. Newton is sending forward one villager. He's adding his 4th scout forward now as well, being harassing and annoying as he can be here with the scouts. He even splits up the scouts, seeing the town center hasn't been garrisoned, and he succeeds in taking out one very weak villager here. Must have been a bordering villager, so takes down Necros' population. He is having 3 idols at the moment, has kind of maybe overcompensated a bit on the spears. And the scouts are running around. They could have hit the bears here, but they are running back, and since it's open on this side near the shoreline as well, they should be able to escape nicely here. So I'm not sure what the idea with this villager is. That lumberjack in here must have been a misclick, I believe. Let's see if he has placed some foundations here somewhere. Only placing houses for now. Want some line of sight on the hill here near the relics. And has the scout guarding this relic as well. So making use of the scouts here, Newton. And meanwhile we see Necros dropping the market. He realizes he may have gone to gold a bit later, so he wants the market up both for the going up to the next stage and maybe to get some adjust the income for some gold so we can click up to the next stage. You know what's happening on people's side is sticking around with his scouts. So this 4-wheeler villager here might actually have been a miskick overall. So she's heading all the way back home now, but she's made some use of herself, kind of guarding this hill there. He keep on camping this hill. He wants to make sure Necros can't take map control in this important area, which is the closest crossing to Necros here. And Necros also is, this is closed by resources, and this area is closed off by buildings more or less, so Newton will have to attack this way. You see also Newton using his stray scout, possibly his initial scout, to gain some intel here. He has 2 scouts working around the area. Should already know the location of most of the relics here, so if that's his play in the castle age, he should easily be able to secure quite a few relics here. See also a massive score lead for Newton. He has actually not been fish booming at all, he doesn't opt for that. But he's added a lot of farms. He is... Did he go to gold yet? Yeah, he's on gold as well. And he is on the way up to Castle H. Necros now with a villager, archer. Using the archer maybe a little bit further. This could be just a bad thing or some deliberate scouting here. He doesn't know Knutan's exact location yet, but he's been up here, so it can't be up in the corner here. And here's the scout of Knutan again. Could challenge the Eagle Scout here, but this should be Necros' fight to win if he takes it. He is chasing the scout, but the scout, being cavalry, is running even faster here. And already almost 50% cast stage for Knutan here. Should be easy for him to get some knights out. He has also extended to 6 villagers on gold up here, so he will be ready to drop his second stable, which he's doing right now, and add some knights and then bring in the relics as well. Necros now adding his second archery range, and he is also closing on clicking up. He has added a few archers from this side, and but surely he must know, facing Lithuanians, that cavalry is what would be incoming, so maybe he would consider adding more spears as well, just as a preemptive measure here. Crossbows will do okay once they have ballistics, but archers, not quite yet. Necros is, there's cancellation for Knutan. Necros is closely getting there, he's missing only 100 food now. But there's the cast stage clip for Necros as well. So 30% cast stage for Necros. He has more military overall, actually. He didn't add more spears for now, but he is walling off, so it's going to be tougher for the knights to get in here. This is closed off. This is closed off by the stone pile here. If Necros can get a castle up, he would have the fantastic counter in the Kavayuk against Knutan's knights. For now, without upgrades, but we see the monastery going up. There's already one monk bringing in the closest relic. 2 relics really close to the monastery here. I like this monastery placement because it's so close to 2 of the relics, although kind of to the side and forward. An easy target for the opponent's siege. It's still, yeah, there are still possibilities to take it down, but just such close walking distance for the monk to bring in. You don't even need to stress the blacksmith attack upgrade here, because you're simply getting it for free from the relics. Without stacking up on numbers, he's at 12 military now. That's a few scouts and then the knights on the field. And there's Castlage in for Necros. His eco can support Vodkin Arrow. He should take crossbow right away as well, as he does. And his Eagle Scout goes down, but by now he knows that his opponent's location has to be close to here. And meanwhile, Knutan is getting ready to get on the move here. So I think it's good initiative by Necros to go forward. Crossbow kicks in, but he will also be running straight into enemy's military. You could snipe these scouts at least, it should be easy. No patrol here though, it's just moving forward. There we go. 1 scout down. And 2 scouts down. That's 15 crossbows against 10 knights and a couple of scouts here, but Knutan consistently producing. Goes for Necros as well. They're both producing army consistently, but with knights and crossbows in equal numbers, even a choke point will truly help match here. Knutan has +1 armor for now. He will probably be taking the +2 very soon as well. But look at him cleaning up Necros' army just like that, and Necros of course has more army at home. Maybe you should consider for the next volley to send some spearmen or take into pikemen, which he can afford food and gold wise. Get another barracks up maybe, and add some spears into the mix with his archers. Knutan, very patient play by Knutan here. He is not really going forward yet, even though he has the means to do a lot of damage. But here are the knights being tasked forward right now. And picking up yet another few crossbows. Archers take a while to produce as well. Knutan has multi-TC boom going, is on 2 TCs but adding the third one now. Necros still on 1 but adding the second one here. So Knutan again camping the hill, doesn't want to let the archers get up on the hill so he can get the bonus damage on the hill and take engagements. Military numbers now 20 to 9, so Knutan is playing patiently again, just keeping his opponent's army numbers down, won't really allow him to do anything. Considering that this is the natural path through place as well towards the enemy, it's going to be tough for Necros to get over to the respective other side and do damage here. Builder counts as well, since Necros he is on 2 TCs, but Knutan already has his third one up as well, so Knutan being first to the castle age as well, is in with a 10 villager lead right now. He's floating very much gold now. That could also be a relic income. Let's have a look at his monster here. He has 4 relics already. That's of course bringing in extra gold. It means he will need less villagers on gold as well. But look at this massive army here. That's 18 knights by now. He's adding another stable for further production. That's quite a few food eco here. Imagine if he went fishing as well. There's actually no deep fish in this pond for some reason, but there's no deep fish back here, which he knows about as well. So if he wanted to boost his food eco for knights production, he could opt for the ponds as well. Necros just now getting the horse collar upgrade, but he is adding pikes now. He's getting ready for the knights that are coming. Unfortunately for Necros, he has the armor, but he only has the 4 attack, no extra attack, and he's going to struggle fighting against knights now with +5. So they have equal military numbers here, but and I believe Necros did research ballistics as well, so he will get some nice hits in. He has the +2, of course, the Balkanero, but still will lose his army yet again here. These knights just chew up the pikemen here because they have +5, they have one of the armor upgrades as well, and getting the second one as we talk about this. Necros looking for a choke point here, does okay, also standing behind the gate here with some pikes, but he opens the gate now and the gate will then go down to knight's attack anyway, and where does he go from here? This is looking grim for Necros. Yeah, Knutan gets some serious raids in here, picking off quite a few villagers, 78 to 63. 30 military for Necros still, so he's holding on here, he's sending out some pikes. He has 2 barracks at least producing pikes now, production for both, but at what cost here? He's losing so much of his eco. He did actually expand the third TC upgrade here, which I like. That means that all of his eco is being raided at this moment, but he's still losing huge numbers here. Is down to half of Knutan's villagers now. Look at the population as well. He is down to half of the population. And military count, Knutan still sustaining production of knights and is keeping a very strong army on the field and taking out production here and making life really difficult for Necros, who just now rang the town bell so as to secure villagers for even more raids. I think his eco is suffering from this as well. He is very low on anything except gold and wood, so with some more ranges maybe he could have added crossbows and taken some hit and run fights against the knights, but it's still so huge numbers, it's so easy for the knights to run and catch up with the archers. And it's looking very tough here. I would say 91 to 36 villagers. Lots of idols from Necros. He barely has any eco working for him, and there's the GG called. he was called, but Necros doesn't seem to want to resign here. There it is. And let's browse quickly through the stats here. Military and eco lead for Knutan. He took the early initiative, made some scouts. Necros did not do any early aggression, which arguably might have hurt him, although trying to play it safe like he did, but Knutan with a strong performance here, taking huge advantage of the Lithuanian civ, which is strong for this map, and just assuming the map. He was the hill in the middle here was an important point to take, especially against a player going archers like Necros did. So a nice map awareness of Knutan to assume this hill very early on, even building a few houses just to have some line of sight and know what's going on if there's any units coming. So the same largest army. So Necros did get his army going here, but Knutan takes the best engagements here with the KD about triple of Necros's here. You see the eco score here as well. Not so much stone collected for either player. And the uptime's significant here as well. Knutan going up with 20 pop without loom secures a very early time here, uptime here. Got 6 relics in the end and had the build ready. Now let's move on to game 2. We'll just add the name of the division here as well. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Ninja V. Okay, here we go. We're ready for game 2 here. So for game 2, we have Necro Arena. It's basically, as you can see, the arena, although based on an older map script from before DE, so the resource spawns can be a bit awkward. But this looks alright. The 2 golds inside for Necros here, although they are forward, they could be kind of denied by a forward castle here. Not that I think that Knutan going as Ethiopians here is not very likely that he would be going for a castle drop. But a bit of an unfair spawn here with this 3-tile neutral gold in the back here for Knutan, all the way back in the... Here he could secure this area very nicely with a TC in the back here. It will be out of reach of any kinds of raids. But that all depends on what kind of play Necros will do here. Humans could do even fuel age aggression on Arena. It's not very commonly seen, but it's an option for sure. You see the deer spawning inside for Necros here, and also the same for Knutan. So that's evening out there. Knutan takes an early villager lead here. Must have been some slight bit wide time here for Necros. No huge deal though, but it will affect the uptimes, and I'm curious to see how this matchup will play out. It's humans. Strong cavalry civ gets the Castle Age capped ram. It's the only civ that you can take into capped ram in Castle Age. Means if you have a castle drop like late Castle Age, you could drop a castle and siege workshop and just push onwards with capped rams and some kind of support, or you could just opt for the feudal age, go earlier to feudal age, maybe at for example 20 pop, drop a second TT, and really boost your boom early on with humans. Could also be stay here. Necros is on the lookout for his last few sheep though. There aren't any rules against laming in this tournament, so if Knuthan had spotted these in time, he could have pulled them back and just taken them home. But Necros is tasking his scout in a little bit questionable way. Maybe he wants to find the relics, but he's also of course looking for the sheep, but usually they don't spawn too far outside of the walls, so it's only a matter of time now before he actually finds them, I believe. So there we go. Finds the last two sheep. And yeah, should be nicely set up here. Knuthan on his side is going already for the wood, of course. He will be having 4 on wood, I'm sure, for Ethiopians in the con. It's quite typical for them to go archers. But in the late game, of course, they have the fantastic siege as well with the unique tech called torsion engines. If these scouts cross their paths, we might see a scouts fight here. Knuthan is scouting with waypoints, so he is trying to cover the map that way. Whereas Necros maybe lose anything, or yeah, he's set some waypoints as well. So if the scouts are on attack stance, we might see a scouts fight here, otherwise nothing significant going on there. I think I'm just gonna fast forward a bit because there won't really be any, won't likely be any early action on Arena. But I'm gonna pay attention to what Necros does here, if he opts for the early feudal age or if he wants to go for a more standard fast cash flow push. He goes forward right now, he's dropping a barracks forward. Hold on here. We need to have a look at this. And he's being chased by Knuthan's scout now, but that's also distracting Knuthan's scout, so you won't be seeing the forward barracks that's here now. That's interesting. They're voting two villagers this early in the Dark Age. To do what exactly? I'm puzzled here. Necros closing in on clicking up. There's the feudal age click for him, but Knuthan is has a head start here. Is 24% ahead. Now Knuthan's scout will run into this barracks, I believe. He just missed it. So, but these villagers are idling for a long time. I'm not quite sure what Necros' idea is here. Is adding militia. Does he want to go Mentor's Towers on Arena here? Could be. And why not just place the barracks forward if you want to go for a military approach, but then there's only 2 builds. He's not gone to stone here. This is a unique approach on Arena, I must say, for a clown map that Arena is. Knuthan certainly is expecting this. He can't see the barracks. He might just run into it now, actually. Oh, still chilling out with. There's feudal age for him. So 2 militia in the mix for Necros here, whereas Knuthan, he will just drop his market blacksmith, I assume, and then just go up to the next stage, and he should be certainly be in a great spot to defend against a militia line forward here. So only 2, no, 4 villagers now. Necros still not on stone though, so it's only gonna be 1 tower. He wants to tower hop, okay. And he's dropping a blacksmith as well, so maybe he wants to tower up in and add the. Then after having added the blacksmith, wants to go for some kind of ram push, feudal age ram push. Knuthan of course seized it now. Chasing Knuthan's scout here with militia. Knuthan is up to to the cast stage. Oh, it's a blacksmith market for him. Okay, so no military buildings for Knutan yet. Can Necros tower up here? For sure that has to be his idea here. Nope. No tower up for him. He will have to go for the ram push then. So Knutan, very much aware of what's happening here, is started his house wall. Actually, Necros can see this house going up, I think. So he should know that there might be some quick walls going on behind here. What's his eco setup like? He can afford the ram. He might even be able to afford 2 rams here. I don't quite understand the militia here for any other purpose than breaking through the walls, but surely tower hop is not possible without gate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but maybe Necros didn't know that. Well, also, this is based on an old map script, so maybe it would be different. But from the placement, it certainly looks like that was the idea here. So Ran pushing through now. Necros now adding the archery range. I would say it's pretty risky going with Cuban archers up against Ethiopians here. And Siege Workshop, Castle Age Siege Workshop going up for Knutan here, so he could now add Mangonels to defend against the Feudal Age battering rams here. No second TC for Necros as of now. He's going very much all in on the play here. So this match could in fact be a short one, considering the all-in approach with a Feudal Age push here. It's not unheard of on Arena, but you don't really see it a lot either. It was made famous by the Viper first, I believe, and then of course people want to try and replicate it. We'll go straight for the market here with the battering rams. Maybe not bad move, considering that makes it tougher to wall behind it, but there's the Mangonel out, and the Rams are taking some hits, and they may actually go down. Well, he pulls them back, but is going to take HP losses here as well. He could go for some repairs here, but this one will go down for sure. And here adding spears and archers and every unit in the game here for Necros, but these are Feudal Age units are very much vulnerable to Mangonel fire here, and his push, unfortunately, seems not to work out very well for him here. May be able to break through here, but then looking at military count, it's 7 military for Necros. But it's only spears and archers. What's that gonna do against Castle Age Ethiopians here? Knutan not stressing anything here. He's only using his Siege Workshop for defense for now. He goes for the quick wall, makes it just in time here. So very patient playing from Knutan again here, keeping it safe at home. Doesn't let Necros break through. Doesn't even look like the GG was called here, but it's Knutan taking this up to 2-0 and advancing to the next round. So just taking a quick look at the stats here before moving on to the next set. KD 12-1 for Knutan. That was the Mangonel defense. May actually only have been one Mangonel there doing some serious work behind the walls. And here's Knutan collected. Knutan's eco perfectly undisturbed. He reached cast stage earlier, didn't actually add, yeah, he had added a second TC, so he could afford that as well. Let's see. Tech stats, cast stage at 1458 for Knutan. Not unheard of for Ethiopians that he... Now I didn't pay attention to what pop he went up on, but the extra resources you get as Ethiopians that allows an earlier up as well. Ultra high, same for both players actually, but that includes Necros never actually reaching the cast stage. We see some military spike here. He was adding many different kinds of units, but his all-in push didn't really work out for him. Now let's move on to a Death Division match here. Let's see here. Next set will be the Death Division. All sets are best of 3, by the way. Here's Hunting X versus Myth. Oh, let's add that it's the Death Division as well. Let me just add the civs as well. So here we go. First game, Hunting X in the blue, playing as Persians for this one. Okay, so I got the civs wrong in the command, sorry about that one. It's the other way around. But let's get back to that. And with Myth playing in the red as Incas. Looks like Myth has some off to a little bit of a bad start here. Doesn't see any of the sheep within the initial spawn. Lucky for him that Incas, they do in fact get a llama to start, and here are the first 4 sheep from Myth. We might be seeing some fight for water on this map. Hunting, picking Persians, probably a conscious choice being a civ with a strong production and boom, but also strong on water. The docks had more HP, and with starting with some extra wood and food, Persians could dock right away. So Hunting X might be already scouting for the ponds on this map. So it looks like the ponds spawn slightly closer to, at least this little one here is more in favor of the Hunting X's side, but other one is more or less in the middle here, so we could see some water fighting on this map. So builder counts pretty much even here. There's a 25 pop Myth actually with a slight lead in the production here for now. Eagle Scout going forward from Myth there. Could he be going for the Inca Will Rush strategy here? He has some real nice stones to the side here, which could be secured somewhat easily. And the fact that he's scouting his opponent this early could suggest some real early aggression from Myth here. Chilling out is probably bringing this boar. This is played on fast speed, remember, so you need to pay extra attention to your boar lure as well. But Myth now about to find his opponent. Yeah, he has seen the house, so and there's the berries, so he knows something is up. Incas, Civ with multiple possibilities, of course. There's the famous tower rush strategy. He's going very heavily on food here, so that might be what we will see here. But they could also go men-at-arms into archers, they have decent archers, or they could go for the Eagle Scouts and just spam them even from fuel age onwards, if desired. Persians, I would be surprised to see anything else than scouts here, but Hunting going pretty heavily on wood here. And is docking, of course, as he should with Persians. The docks work faster as well. TCs and docks work faster from the fuel age onwards. So yeah, going with 4 on berries now, saving some sheep here. This sheep is decaying though, that's not ideal food usage there, but of course prioritizing getting hunt, getting quickly is getting loom now, going up at 21 pop it seems, so it won't be the Will Tower Rush after all, but could still be... Well, I'm not sure what the plan is here. He hasn't taken gold either, so this has me a bit curious for now. Could also be a straight archer's build here from Bith if he chooses to go for the goal now. A bit unlucky with the sheep there, but I'm sure he'll catch up. But here he's going forward with a very weak villager here. Seems risky. If hunting X scout was on the spot here, then he would have a very easy snipe on these weak ones. Building a forward house with 3 weak villagers. Imagine if hunting scouts had been in this area, he would just slaughter all 3 of those. But Myth goes using his eagle wisely here, snipes hunting's docking villager here, and doesn't want him to allow to get this food eco boost from fishing. Hunting isn't really walling off, so he wants to opt for some early aggression here, I believe. It's not looking like a straight fast castle since he's not on gold yet. But I would be expecting scouts from him, investing so much into food as he is doing. But here are the builders, they're going forward for Myth. No surprise there, I guess. He's mining gold now. That was a mining capital of the house. My mistake here. But again, with weak villagers, hunting has scouted it. He needs to defend. Sorry. And how does he deal with it? He knows what's coming here now. This is 7 villagers going forward, or actually 8 villagers going forward from this now. Maybe he needs to drop the blacksmith. No, it's already taking the blacksmith. He built this one at home. Seems to have limited scouting intel, maybe, or is going straight for a tower that could potentially reach both woodlands here, so you can get fletching immediately as well. So, almost finishing one tower here. He has the armor already, scalebarding armor, no, the infantry armor. But hunting reacts immediately, going straight to batter down the tower foundation here. That's a lot of idle time for hunting, but necessary idle time to fight back here. And looks like Myth might lose this tower as well. But we could be seeing some build fighting here now. Hunting, of course, has loom, but the tower goes down. It's already a bit of a taking tower. She wants to build another tower at the same spot. Okay, really wants to delay this lumber camp, but then again, but here are the walls as well. Now making it a lot harder for hunting's villagers to batter down this one. And some villager fighting going on here. Hunting needs to defend constantly here. It's causing him so much idle time, both the builders and it shows no idles here, but that's because he's tasking them to work. Best stable. We will be seeing a counterattack. These builders, remember, are weak, so if Hunting sees this and finds this opening, he can get great value from some scouts here. But Hunting moves to another woodland, needs to secure some wood eco here, but if this one gets soured as well, then there's only one woodland left to go to. Let's have a look at Hunting's eco here. He has the fish eco as well, so he's not dependent on, for example, farms around his TC, but he seems to be running a bit here. There was actually missing wood for another lumber camp here, so he needs to collect the wood. And Myth already preemptively towering woodline from this side, and one will then expand to this woodline and stone as well. This tower actually covers this stone. So scouts are on the field for hunting. I think rather than trying to fight the villagers at home, he could just move forward and try to snipe the weak ones that are in place here and there. So 7 villagers still forward for Myth. I think he hasn't lost a single forward villager, so that says something about his forward here. Hunting again, goes to Paladin Tower. At least he can challenge the tower, but now he has Tower Fire behind here, and he can't really challenge the villagers here successfully. But now his scouts are in Myth's base. He's taking a fight even under the TC here, but look at their armor doing work for them here. Hunting garrisons weakens Myth scouts a lot, and I think Myth is busy microing forward, so he is not able to micro as easily here, but Hunting should pay attention to these villagers as well. It could, if you float over the icons, if you have that enabled, you are able to spot weak links more easily here. But Hunting loses 2 scouts forward. I'm sure he's busy microing at home as well. So another tower goes up. Hunting migrates to another wood line. But remember, he has fish working for him as well. They are now taking the closest fish here. Missing some scouting here for the deep fish. The deep fish is too far away from the fishing tips to automatically go there, but he realizes. And Myth writes, I just deleted my TC. GG. So, obviously not on purpose. He was going to delete some walls. I'm sorry I missed this. But he was probably going to delete some foundations, some walls, something. Yeah, walls maybe forward. And this loses his TC, and what can he do from there? So a bit of an abrupt ending there to an otherwise nice forward from Myth here, idling Hunting a lot, but it is Hunting's game in the end, and he gets the 1-0 here. So looking at stats, eco score, not surprisingly, quite high for Hunting. He was idle on his woodlands a lot, but he did have the fish working for him. That's 6 fishing ships, bringing in food efficiently here. They can carry more food as well on each turn. Military 6-2 KD for Myth. Lots of stone collecting, not unsurprisingly, as he went for the towers. And the uptime is significantly higher as well, not unexpected since Hunting went for the fishing eco. So let's see if we can bring up game 2 here. Moving on to Myth's home map here. He's down here playing as Teutons on Necro Arena. So an overall theme for this tournament is that it's going on fast speed. That's to be a little bit extra unsettling on an otherwise like graveyards, dark Necropolis style team. You can see the ruins, temple ruins, and barracks ruins or whatnot placed around the map, and some skeletons all over the place. So we have Franks for Hunting X here versus Myth's Teutons here. So interesting matchup. They could both go for knights into paladins. Teutons paladins being slower, missing husbandry, but still pretty strong considering they get the bonus as Teutons get for melee armor. We see barracks and stable units have +1 armor cast life, +1 armor imperial age for 2 total. That means his armor will amount to a total of +5, I think, if I don't remember completely wrong here. Could be +4. So Arena, kind of a slow map here. I think I will just fast forward until we see some significant action here. Will allow us to get through more sets. So Teutons, they also have extra armor for their siege weapons, so siege could certainly be an option, but maybe not against that strong cavalry civ as Franks. Franks could go for castle drops, obviously, but I'm not sure if Hunting would do that, considering that his stone here is forward and that his opponent then would be able to potentially scout that he's going heavily on stone early on. But very meta for Arena is the typical fast castle approach. Would be surprised to see anything else ever. Hunting actually going up on 23 pop here with Franks. So could be going for the scouts here to secure map and relic control. Now moves on, goes very heavily on wood here. Places the blacksmith market, no barracks yet, so he won't be adding any okay, so he is indeed going for the castle drop. He's going very, very heavily on stone here now. Will be in castle age a lot earlier than his opponent. So now let's switch to the player's points of view again. Will Myth be on spot with his scout here too? Their players are very close here, so castle drop is certainly valid, but Myth certainly suspecting something, especially with the early castle age time for Hunting here. Is expecting some form of castle drop. So this would be a nice spot for a castle drop, considering you could deny 2 golds easily. But here's the first castle going up. Franks, of course, cheaper castles. Let's see the stone count for Hunting. He is still heavy on stone here. Dropping the first castle. He won't be able to break through though, but he doesn't see this. He might have seen this house foundation. But certainly a decent way of taking back control here. What's Myth's response going to be? He is extending his boom for now. He is house walling along the sides, so petards won't break in or anything here. Hunting, meanwhile, is chasing down Myth's scout. He's committing to the castle drop play here. But so far that won't be doing a lot for Hunting, other than maybe delay and cramp his opponent in his home base here. Myth hasn't been going to stone at all until now. He's adding 2 on stone. Could be thinking about castles on his own at some point. Now a monastery being added behind the castle for Hunting here. So uses the castle to take map control. Doesn't deny anything specific from Myth here though, other than being annoying hitting his market. Here's the siege workshop being added from Myth. Could add the defensive mangonels or whatnot to secure against further castle dropping. But monks being added, Myth with no army at all for the moment. But nice preemptive measure anyway, having the opportunity to add siege here. Siege also being added for Hunting X means he's probably going to try and break through here somehow. So mangonels covered by castle fire could be an option here, and he could destroy the foundations. There's the monastery for Myth as well though, but it's Hunting bringing in the relics already. He has now at least 1 here. Should be able to catch most of them. So now bringing his last 4 leaders back. Could be that he wants to play his next castle defensively actually, just to secure some golds and stones here. But there's the mangonel out. Is so far playing only 1 TC here, but using the 1 would land nicely here. Actually having 15 villagers on only 1 lumber camp, but they seem to be doing okay-ish, not bumping too much into each other here. Let's call for some micro to keep that effective though. But although being behind the population, I think Hunting X is setting up nicely for some map and eco control here. For Teutons is so easy to get the boom going, or we could even try and aim for an early Imperial here with this massive cheap farms here. Shouldn't be able, you could already add 10 more farms if you wanted to. But now 2 Magdalens firing away. Could be that Hunting will succeed in breaking through here, and once he breaks through he will have the stone for another castle with Franks, because he's very close to having stone for another castle now. Scout still were doing work, just looking along the edges here and looking out. Now hitting the walls here. There's not really much Myth can do here, because the castle provides cover fire for the Mangonels here, and Hunting Axe is adding his unique unit here, the Throwing Axemen, who will be vulnerable to Mangonel shots, but will also easily take out any kind of siege. Myth taking redemption now though, so he can then use the monk's range to convert Mangonels. But let's have a look at red counters now. 4 relics for Hunting Axe will buy him some extra gold easily here, and the Throwing Axemen move in to maybe get some raids going. They could raid on this side safely, unless Smith manages some quick walls here in time. No upgrades at all though. And we'll go down to Mangonel fire. But now 3 Mangonels forward, going straight for Myth's TC, I think. But Hunting needs to get something on the field to deal with the monks here, because Myth has defensive monks with redemption that are able to convert siege here. Still a strong, annoying push from Hunting here, with only 1 castle and some siege behind. Patient play here. Meanwhile, he is adding farms at home. He is behind the village count, obviously, but is still causing some idle time for Myth here and limiting the expansion. Also securing all relics for himself here. Is about to bring in the last one here. Relics always potentially significant on Arena. If the game goes long, you will have an extra source of gold when the gold plans run out. So just being annoying, taking out more buildings here, and while booming up a bit at home. Is set up for knights here actually. So if Hunting gets a barracks up and gets a few stables, he could throw out some knights on the field here. He could even be idling and saving up for a very early period here, considering the push and everything. And something that obviously also buys him a significant advantage on Arena. He has the means to add another castle, so if he has a castle, there is the Imperial Age being teched. So yeah, I'd say interesting style of Arena push here with Franks. I can't say I've said exactly this before. Of course, castle drops happen, but then siege push and then early imp seems to work out for him here. What's Myth's situations like? He could be. If he is suspecting that his opponent is up, he could answer with going up himself. He has the 2 castle age buildings, so once he has the resources for it, he could take imp himself. But he will be fighting against Trebs, and he won't be able to afford a castle of his own just yet, so he will have to. He is taking imp, so he knows his opponent is on the way up, most likely, but will also need to mine a bit more stone before he can get up a castle of his own, which could be denied Mangonels, considering that the only spot for a castle from Myth here is somewhat forward. He has to drop it somewhere around here, otherwise he will need to delete farms to build the castle further back, but for now he will be struggling to get the castle up and at a spot safe from Mangonel and castle fire. But Hunting does have a head start. He is very much below in the population here, so he's doing. If his push fails, he is in a bad spot. Nice castle placement for Myth here, considering the push going on. I think it's out of Hunting's line of sight as well. So unless Hunting goes forward to scout it, he won't be seeing that going up, but he will, I'm sure, be adding traps of his own. He has the eco to support it. He's still on a 1 TC at home actually. So this is a full 1 TC all-in push here from hunting. He's deleting walls to make space for more or to avoid any choke points here. Has Trebs in queue. The myth, of course, on the way up here. His castle will go up because hunting is not moving forward for now. But with Trebs on the field earlier than his opponent, now queuing through Trebs, this castle might be short-lived. So, even being below in population here, it's looking very good for hunting X here. He sees the castle now that it's up, and he's firing away with his traps. Myth is not queuing traps on his own, he is taking some university techs here instead, getting chemistry and getting what is this? 45 wall, I assume. But these walls have already been breached, so that's not going to do much. 3 traps now on the field with cover fire from the castles here from Hunting X. If he sends villagers forward now, he's not does not have the stone for that because now he's redisposed his villagers from stone to other resources here to secure production. So he's taking some magnet shots here, but he's safe considering castle fire. Might need to send a villager forward for some repairs here, but Rift's castle goes down, and what does he do from here? He cannot afford another castle, which means there won't be any traps at all for Myth here. He calls the GG and says, kinda glad I lost, because he, of course, in the next round, the player who wins will be facing a lot stronger opposition. So let's set the score here for hunting. 2-0 for hunting here. And let's have a look at the stats as well. All in, 1 TC push working out for Hunting X on Arena here. He takes out, disturbs his opponent. Slow, effective siege push with Mangonels taking down the walls covered by Castle Fire. So, in the end, slightly stronger economy for Hunting X. That could be attributed, of course, to having a completely undisturbed eco at home, adding farms, just extending his eco overall. Villager counts significantly higher for Myth though, even though he never got around to a 30C, he kept sustaining production as well. Military score kind of fun here, it's only 5-4 here, so not much in the KD sense here, but 9 buildings raised for Hunting X, that includes the 1 defensive castle from Myth. And also more food and wood as expected collected from Myth here. Note that Hunting X didn't collect any more stone than the absolute need needed for his 2 forward castles. Then he, since he's on a 1 TC push, when he doesn't need the stone anymore, he moves it around to some other eco like gold or farms to have an fresh eco to sustain other kinds of production. So all 5 relics for hunting as well, that's some free gold income, resulting in probably less gold miners overall. And the timeline shows disturbingly little military here. Both players reaching imp, but hunting slightly ahead the whole way around. Especially his castle age significant here, being 14-14, and still with 23 pop up able to sustain castles drops here. Okay guys, I'm back. Moving on with an Adept Division game. It's between Cliffhanger in the blue and 2236 in the red, playing as Britons. So nice catch for the Britons player here, getting 6 sheep right off. That's a nice boost considering the Britons collect sheep faster. You could argue that you only need 5 villagers on sheep with Britons because of this bonus. So pawn disposition is always something on graveyards to think about. There are 4 small pawns now, all with deep fish in them, and it looks like 2236 is closest to most of them, even though Cliffhanger is one really close to his place as well, so they could make use of these pawns should they choose to. So Britons, very likely to open archers, whether it be straight archers or some kind of militia style opening play here, that remains to be seen. Bulgarians, they do get the Mentor, or rather the militia line upgrade for free, so they have some options as well. They will not go archers because they only get archers and it will not go crossbows, so you will very seldom, if ever, see Bulgarians going for the archers line, but Minotaurs in the opening, not to be underestimated. It looks like Cliffhanger struggles a little bit finding his boars here, but there's the one of them. He's going very heavily on sheep here, 8 on sheep, that's usually not that efficient, but that's also his only food source at the moment, while he's looking for the second boar. I think he just missed it. Oh, he found it, so that's good news for him. He found the last boar and some sheep, so he should be okay here. Going to bring in the boar now, the second one being further away, but should be fine. I bet 2236 as well has found his boars. He's bringing the first one now, and scouting suggests he knows where the other one is as well. So both players seems to be off to a good start here. They are both pretty similar in villager counts here. Cliffhanger lagging slightly behind, but nothing significant here for now. So fast forwarding a little bit to get to the fuel age action here. So 2236 with a slight villager lead here. None of them have gone for the pawns just yet, but that could be something for the later game. And red now taking loom here. Should be taking up. They seem to be pretty synchronized in the uptimes, but with the blue player Cliffhanger going up with, in the end, possibly 2 population less here. Actually missing a little bit of food. He has brought in both of his boars. He has only 3 on berries. That could be the issue here. So Garrison's here. He will take out Red Scout actually, but I think Red saw just in time before the Scout died that there is in fact a barracks here. He may have seen the flags, he may not. But it seems like Blue is going for the Drush approach here. He will stay in Fuel Age, or will he click up? Did he forget to click up here? No, he's making more militia. In the end, he has now 3 on gold here. It seems like a dangerous play against Britons here. Are those games finished already? Yeah, I'm casting recorded games for the first round here. Does my title say live? Maybe that. I don't think so. So you're scoring for Cliffhanger actually, but that could be his 5 militia going forward here. seems risky against Britons, but if he can deny an archery range, this could be huge. Yeah, sure, I could pick other sets to cast, of course, but I'm just doing kind of a random selection sometimes, so. Could of course check the seeds before casting, but I'm basically prefer just picking games and taking it from there. So it seems like a successful forward here from Cliffhanger. The Man-at-Arm upgrade kicks in immediately, of course. Red meanwhile is walling off, but not completely walled off here, and is being idled quite a bit here now. 5 idles at the moment, but in exchange, Red has a significant villager lead here. Sorry for that one. What do you think are good civs on this map? I think obvious picks are, honestly, Aztecs or Lithuanians. Lithuanians for the relics bonus, extra attack for Knight's Line, and Aztecs getting the extra gold from the relics. But then last one of the other games I cast, I saw Persians being picked as well. So civs that have some strength on hybrid maps could play in here as well, considering that there are 4 maps. There are ponds with fish on the map always. But it all comes down to what kind of strategy you go for. There are hills as well, so it could favor archer play too. Lithuanians can early dock too. Yeah, you're right about that. They get the extra food at the start, so you could go straight for the dock instead of the typical lumber camp middle approach. Oh, but red cleans up the forward from blue here now. And blue still has 2 militaries. Added the stables now, so he went man-at-arms into scouts here. It's not unheard of for Bulgarians to do that, but also one of the few teams that can do it, seeing as that man-at-arms is a free upgrade for them. See that Cliffhanger has caught up here as well. Thanks for the follow, Geo1E124. So 3 scouts on the field. They do see the archers going forward here. They have fletching already, so this is not the best fight to take for blue. If he had mustered all of his 3 scouts, he could have maybe killed off a few archers here, but also he runs straight into the eco and disturbing Red yet again in his home base before the walls can finish. It's actually, it could be that Red thought that he was full walled here, because it's tough to see behind the barracks here. But getting villager kill after villager kill here, it's 27 to 23 villagers now, and that's all due to Blue's relentless forwarding here. So instead of going forward with his archers here, the Britain's player chooses to fight off or try to chase off the scouts and actually chasing them with archers now. I think that is not the best call. He might have considered to go for a counter-attack instead, but blue is already ready for him as well. He's adding an archer range now for sure to add skirms against the Britain's archers here. And blue's scouts now forward sniping even a villager here. So not succeeding in walls. The archers are chasing now, and from this position they can go forward and do some damage again, but meanwhile we see blue dropping the market. He has the population lead now, massive villager lead as well. He must have cost lots of idle time on red side, because red was first to the village and also more offensive on the. Well, it was first to the field age and with the villager lead to begin with, but now it's lagging behind due to the forwarding of men-at-arms and scouts from blue. Maybe not what you would always expect, see men-at-arms first and 5 men-at-arms at that against a Britain's player who can get great archers so easily. But then there are scouts, and these scouts see this one stray archer here, they will pick it off, even if it has fletching, and not even a reaction from red here, but red is sending his archers back towards his reinforcements again. Could be looking for an opening here. Here are the scouts, back in blue space for now. Probably wants to use them for them. I have their value forward now, so he maybe wants to use them for more for scouting purposes now. Military count's pretty even here amongst the players, and bet that some. Where's blue trying to build here? It says building site obstructed. He really wants to add a lumber camp, but was obstructed. Yeah, that's a lot of idle time for blue right there. I think their Bulgaria's military buildings should be discounted to help them. Yeah, that's true, but you could argue as well for the conics that the creposts are facilitating making the unique unit, and you could get a few creposts up as a sort of a cheap production building to get conics out. I'm not sure. No, it's blue on defensive side now, and we'd really like to see him garrison here. Yeah, garrisons. Garrison's not always eco this builder here, being weak and all that stuff. If Red had spotted that would be an easy kill. But 3 skirms from blue, having actually fletching, but not armor, chases them back a bit. But Red now goes to camp on the hill and takes the fight there. The scouts are back in red space. They have found another opening again. Maybe run in before the walls were complete here. And again causing huge trouble in red space here. So that's almost 10 idols for red again. Could have maybe avoided garrisoning as many villagers, but he's also busy forwarding his opponent here. But very unfortunate for they're running right past TC. He will lose all of his army to lose TC here, unfortunately. So 1 scout remaining for blue in his opponent's base here now. I think unless there's a hole behind his barracks or something, then red is full walled and could now focus more on the boom when he eventually gets to cast stage. Cliffhanger is already clicked up. Let's see what Britain's situation is here. He's missing lots of food, kind of mismanaged eco here in terms of food for clicking up, but does he have a market anywhere here? No, he can't really address to the market either. But some more farms, and once they click in with the food eco, we should be setting red clicking up on. But the risk here is that blue will reach cast stage and be able to produce knights or conics or creposts or whatnot. A crepost here would be nice, for example, to or even a castle to deny lots of resources and stop reinforcements. If he can deal with the archers first, that is. But he's taking bloodlines now. He has one step, actually adding another archer range. So seems to want to be going heavy on the skirms here, blue, or just be prepared at home for any Britain's forward, which it should be. Britain's player has 12 army now, but it's a mix of spears, skirms, and archers. Not all that threatening, and considering that he is still not in a position to click up, this will be tough for the Britain's player moving forward. Blue could even, he's not gone to stone yet actually, but he could even go to stone and use creposts for defense, for example up on this hill against Britain once he goes forward. So looks like the Britain's player wants to play it safe on the defensive side here, but with multiple holds, it's been in trouble defending against it. So closing in now on a castle age click for the Britain's player. He does have a military lead, but that's Feudal Age army about to engage against knights added from soon to be two stables from the cliffhanger here. He has too few on gold he actually tasked all of his gold miners to build this TC, so he's not having any gold income at the moment, but he's going for the 3 TCs here. Bulgarians, they only pay 50 stone for each TC, so it's easy for them to even get to 4 TCs easily, which he's actually doing. He will have a massive eco boost once this kicks in, but he will also have trouble sustaining army production until the boom kicks in, so this could be a dangerous play for the Bulgarians, but yeah, I'm sure he feels like he's in the lead now. He already has a 5 villager lead while his opponent is going up towards Castle Age. So if Blue had been engaging going forward now at this point, he could have done very significant damage here with some knights, but instead he opts for the boom and the eco and the long run here. So he has some knights out, they have the attack, they're missing the +2 defense. Rand, meanwhile, is taking defense for his militia or spirit line. There are a few skirms forward here for Blue, just harassing Red's army a little bit here. Send in your knights here, Blue, get a few more knights out, and you could challenge this army easily before Red can get Castle Age and crossbows. Red even adding a 3rd range now. So it means 4 ranges actually wants to go really heavy on the archer line here, but doesn't really have the eco to support production for now. Is 3 idle gold miners here. We are building a house first. So, but huge military lead for Red at the moment. So if he can get to crossbow, I think he could afford crossbow right away now. Let's see if that will be his priority here. Yeah, he does. Pure crossbow has 4 ranges, but no way he's going to be able to produce from all of them without any market abuse or anything. But he's now placing a TC on this gold. Nice defensive and productive measure there. 3 knights out, and they find an opening. Here is the opening. This is a gap that's missing for Red. This could be devastating because now he will need to send his crossbows to chase, or alternatively go forward, of course, for a counterattack. 1 kill in already for Red. Blue sees a TC going up, denies this easily here. But crossbows now running back, no ballistics yet. As you can see, the second armor upgrade going in cliffhanger here. What's his gold and eco situation like now? It's growing. His boom is just running away here. It's 57 to 30 villagers here. And the knights are roaming around, dodging crossbow fire for now. But if Red can get ballistics in, it would be a different story. They would even hit the moving targets much more easily and should then easily clean up these knights. They might be able to clean up now, sending some spears in. Their pikes now. Good awareness to get the pikes upgraded here for Red. Chasing the knight, but missing ballistics is still missing lots of shots. And Blue could still run around, be annoying and idle, and Red is at 29 villagers, up against 62 now, so this is just a massive eco boom for Green. Blue is adding even more archery ranges. Should maybe be opting for elite skirm if that's what he wants to do here, but if he just add even more knights, that should be more than enough. Maybe some skirms in the mix, of course, helps against crossbow numbers. Some siege here would be awesome. I think the siege workshop should be denied by Red if Red spots it. But looking at the eco and the score lead from Blue here, of course, eco is a huge part of it. The population is different. Will to count 27 for Red on still on one. No, he's on 2 TCs, and it has the 3rd one not being not continuing building that for now. Now 10 knights on the field for Blue Skirms could handle the spears as well. A bit of micromanagement here, and he could run in from behind and attack the archers here, and then use Skirms at home. The siege workshop actually goes up. If he can get the Mangonel out and get a huge shot in here, then it's very bad news for red here. So focuses down on the pikes here. Takes engagement against the crossbows, who hit them and get some value here from the crossbows. Blue is totally idle at the moment. He should maybe even consider be adding more knights, more skirms. Something elite skirm is in chasing the crossbow, and Blue will be able to clean up the whole army of his opponent here. See, down to 6 military for red here, 18 military for blue, and blue can now go for the attack without being disturbed here. Going straight for the production now, adding knights from 2 stables already, using also the siege workshop here to add rams to break through the walls or even take out more production here. Is also floating, blue is also floating decent amounts of stone here, so you could already drop crack cost, or you could save up for a castle. Taking out production here, red isn't producing anything at the moment. Maybe he will consider adding some military production buildings at home instead, but he's really low there. Only 5 wood choppers for red at the moment, which will make archers production impossible. Will also probably cost the farms to... the farms are fine for now, some of them will run out, but blue will break through here and red will be in a very tough spot to defend. His best option at the moment would maybe be mass pikes, but then again there are elite skirms in the mix and some battering rams, so I don't see any easy way for red to get back from this. Because he will be needing something both against skirms and knights here, so a nice army combo for blue actually with elite skirms and knights running forward here. Taking out all red's production now, adding a forward castle from blue. And taking out the last archers. I believe red doesn't have any... He only has 1 barracks left, and that's his only means of army production here. And with 1 military for red, it's just has to be GG for him. It's there's nothing he can do at this point. He can't. He's behind severely in eco here. He is idled enough to actually go in with a little bit more gold here, but he barely has wood to make any army production buildings here. Tries to drop an archer range, that's totally going to be denied by the knights here. And if blue destroys this foundation, then red will lose this wood as well. Rams now taking out 1 of red's DCs. They could move straight onto the next one, because the only thing to challenge this is the villagers. But now with the Mangonel as well, blue is heading for the next TC as well. Hunting down villagers here is 91 to 32 villagers here, and looking at the score, red should really be considering the GD now. So forecast is up for blue. He is producing out of everything here, whereas red is only producing from his DC, producing villagers, and surely he needs to call it. So 26 versus 96 villagers is 70 villagers down, he's 44 military down. Trying yet again to add an archer range. Is red not going to go to golden GD? Is he going to force blue to hunt down every single villager here? So now producing pikemen from this barracks here, but that's only a few pikes, and the GD is called. So that's 1-0 for Cliffhanger here. Moving on to the next game shortly. So the next game will be taking place on Hideout. And we have a cab matchup between the players here. It's here we go. The map is Hideout. And we have a cavalry matchup on our hands here. It's Cliffhanger now picking Lithuanians for this one. So it was saving Lithuanians for another map than Graveyards. And 2236 playing in the red as Franks here. So blue starts off with some idle time here. This is only a few trees behind between the players here. They're very close actually. So in the late game, an onager cut would serve anything over just placing a lumber camp here to get through to the enemy. Could be an option. Now for Hideout, it's usually a pretty slow start, so and I assume both players will opt for a fast castle knights here, maybe some scouts to secure relics for Lithuanians. So let's just fast forward a bit to get to the real action here. So relic spots, not really favoring the Lithuanians player here. They're spread very evenly out across the map here, so as the Lithuanian player goes for relics, he will have to go very far with his monks. Maybe he would go to secure this one first if he's able to. But Cliffhanger, more consistent with his villager production here. He's taking the villager lead early on here. Also a little slightly easier with Lithuanians, of course, starting with the extra food, but I would believe we will be seeing Cliffhanger going to the Castle Age first here without any obstruction, since the Palisades walls provide some false comfort in the early game here. So floating enough food now to click up, but still adding villagers. Will be going for maybe the 28 pop fast castle here actually. No, he's going 25 pop and 2236 actually going for the 21 pop here. So he's first to the Castle Age, but what's to gain from that? He's probably going to drop a stable here now and go for a scout, but scouts will have a hard time breaking through palisade walls. Of course, it's a way to take map control here for red, but he's wasting his opportunity to get to Castle Age quicker here. And blue is not adding any military buildings at all. He's now dropping the market, will be going for the 28 pop fast castle potentially, maybe even 29. So scouts on the field for 2236, but on Hideout you would need to break through the palisade walls with the scouts, so he can't really do any real damage. But he can, however, scout the map and secure some control and deny the relics from his opponent. So that might be his play here. But let's have a look at blue's resources. He is floating more than enough resources to pick up the next stage now. He's only missing the second building, so maybe kind of sloppy there to have the builders not build both buildings at the same time, because he's losing maybe 1 minute here getting the second building up before he clicks now. But after he's even getting Loom, yeah, okay, because his TC was idle and he was waiting for Castle Age anyway. So there's Loom and there's Castle Age going to kick in for the blue player. Meanwhile, red scouts are mainly idling here. Could be, yeah, invested into scouts here, hasn't gone to gold yet. Should be lagging behind a lot going to Castle Age here, so I think this could potentially be a quick game if blue goes for the early aggression and picks up relics early as well. Stone, neutral stone, kind of forward for Frank's player here, but has one stone at home, one stone here as well. Decent access to stone, so a castle drop in the Castle Age could certainly be a play, but then he needs to get there, and just now going to the gold while his opponent is almost 50% on the way to the Castle Age. So let's follow Cliffhanger's point of view a bit here and see what he will do once he reaches Castle Age. He's dropping the barracks just now. Could drop towards stables right away, which he will be doing. The scouts from red are finally here, but they will never be allowed to get inside blue's base, who is now adding the monastery as well. Actually makes some spears after all. Will be needing them for later anyway. There's a stable being dropped, another stable for red, but being significantly behind to the Castle Age, blue will buy himself both an eco and army lead here. So already 4 knights on the field for blue. I would like to see him just breaking through the gates and wreaking havoc in his opponent's base here. Maybe needs to deal with these scouts first, but Castle Age is imminent for the red player, but still lagging behind. Does he have any eco to support knight production? He does. He could queue quite a few knights once he's up, and France, they get extra HP on their mounted units. But blue here goes straight for the production buildings, might be able to take out a stable or two before red can get his numbers up. Meanwhile, monks are on the field picking up the relics. He's going to secure this one now for sure. And adding, although having 2 stables, only producing from one of them for the moment. Blue is taking preemptive measures here, also teching squires for his infantry to move faster. But if he takes out these 2 stables, then red will be left with only 1 stable to produce, and he's adding a second TC just now, so he will be lagging behind in the major numbers here. 5 knights and 3 spears forward now already with a +2 will be born as soon as the relics come in. This relic is on the way, so it will be +3 attack. So red has a few spears in his base. They have the attack upgrade, but that's still not really going to do too much against blue, who is mainly now focusing on taking out red's eco. No, red's production, sorry. So red with the production here, producing knights from his only stable. He could still have used his stables for production and maybe get more numbers out, but now he's already missing. He's only even got 2 on gold here, so it's going to be tough for red to sustain knights production and match blue's numbers. Blue is not producing knights at the moment either. What's his situation like? He might be floating lots of gold, but lacking wood here is going for the early boom here, so he would have needed a lot more farms to sustain both boom and knights here, but taking out a house here as well, and now will challenge red's army here. Should still be a fight that blue could easily take here. It's only 2 knights with a +1 and some pikemen with only the attack upgrade. So this could have easily taken this fight for red, but he chooses against red, but he chooses to wait for more numbers and then engage. 3 TC boom for blue shows in the numbers that he's already spiking red. So 3 TCs for red as well, of course, but this one just went up, so he's behind the villager numbers. He's producing from 2 TCs, and blue is completely idle his TCs at the moment. Loses 1 knight here, kind of sloppy in that regard, but then he regroups closer to home with his numbers here, and will surely be going forward soon. He's adding a 3rd stable as well. Red now adding a 4th TC, so wants to catch up with the eco here, but this is a dangerous TC. It could easily be denied if blue pays attention here. But he chooses to stay at home and wait for even more army numbers. Goes for the army approach. He's 50 into 10 military, and there are, of course, some pikes and bigs for red here, but blue should still easily win against these with now +4 from relics. About to be more, of course, but he's guarding 1 relic here with a scout. He's picking up this one, and yeah, should in the end be able to secure all 5 relics here, which is huge for a Lithuanian getting them this early. It's a huge power spike, getting +5 attack on your knights already in at the 27th minute in Castle Age. But Red's eco looks decent now. His floating wood, floating gold, should be using them to. He's now getting the upgrades, but he needs more army production as well. Siege Workshop, that's not going to do anything for him at this point, as his opponent has mainly mounted units. Blue might now be looking to taking out this TC if he spots him on this side, or looking for another point of entry because he suspects that Red's army is here. This could be with the... well, he's missing the +2 armor, but that's about to kick in. Get some easy villager kills here. Red isn't paying attention here, so he doesn't garrison in time, and will actually be losing this TC as there isn't any units garrisoned here at all. Here comes his army to protect, but still nothing garrisoned inside this TC. That's no cover fire to help, and with 11 knights against this 11 mix of knights and pikes, it's a fight blue should take, because he will easily win. Just patrol. You don't need to run away here. This is a fight you could definitely take. Even if there are pikes in the mix, the only thing you risk is losing maybe 1 or 2 knights, and you will clean up your enemy's army in exchange for that. So looking at the red numbers going down here, TC will now shortly go down as well, and there are 2 villagers inside that will go down as well, and that's 100 soap and 275 will down the drain for red. Blue is now only producing villagers, no army for now. But he is sending in another body of knights. He has the castle up as well, could now go into Lightis, but his eco seems slightly imbalanced here. Could be gathering points when TC is going straight to the gold here, and he is desperately needing some more food in. But he breaks in the red palisade walls. This siege workshop, the Mangala goes straight down. Actually kills 1 knight here, but red could take out another TC here if he wants to, with knights only. But he chooses to opt in for the raids here, and could have red calling the GG any moment soon here. Try the civs command the ghost, then you will have map and civs. Yeah, those will die like they did Naloon, exactly. So blue sees the castle going up for red here. He really shouldn't allow this to go up. Just task your knights to the few villagers building here. There's actually 1 safe inside the gold here. I like that from red. He's kind of stopping blue from he won't be able to stop red from getting his castle up without any ranged unit here. No, there is seems to be a huge skill gap here between Cliffhanger and 2236, so bit unfortunate for 2236, but I hope you had a nice tournament experience. After all, it's good practice playing against stronger players. This castle will go up with the sole villager building it in the end, but look at the villager counts again. It's 74 to 20, and yeah, it's not looking pretty for red right now. Blue again is not having the best balanced eco. He is placing more and more farms now. Once he gets the food eco back up and running, he is in a great spot that he could take Imperial Age as well. He is only producing villagers for now. He has a nicely sized army. He's already taken out 2 TCs from red, and he could go raid the woodlands. No need to go for the university here, just go straight in and dive in for the units. Maybe take out this TC over here as well, and you could end it. Ah, there's 200 elo between them, okay. Yeah, that's significant. So red uses his army wisely here, even stays out of Castle Fire and takes out production from his opponent instead. Red now only has 1 stable, 1 barrack. I think red's opportunity here would be to extend to the sides if his eco can support it. He can afford quite a few TCs actually, so he could relocate his eco to the sides there. There's not really much resources on this side, but there's a gold here, there's a stone here, there's a woodland here. He could place 3 TCs with his current eco situation and just try to boom back into it. But look at this, he's down to 16 villagers. This is a nightmare for Red at this moment to try and get back from this, and he is lacking food, doesn't have a market to adjust his eco here. But floating so much food, maybe he should consider placing a market now instead of trying to boom from only the 2 TC he has with the limited food eco. His walls are breached. He should be trying to expand instead and maybe try to get back into the game. Meanwhile, blue is adding more army. He is floating more and more food. He could almost buy his way to the Imperial with the resources as it looks now. He's getting a handcart. And adding forward siege, could be going for some rams here and then just push down whatever's left of red space here. I think blue is just enjoying this. Look at the KD, is 85 to 8. Yeah, only thing he knows is now actually +6 on his lightest and his knights here. So light is fantastic units against anything except range units because its spear's armor is limited. But other than that, great spot to go for it. Maybe blue will be going for the stone here now. Could be looking to do another castle drop. He's even put some towers up on red's wood line here, so red can't take wood safely anymore. This is the only place red can take wood now, and he is not making enough effort to rebloom here. So once blue hits the Imperial Age, it will be over for red for good, and blue can trap down what's left of his buildings, and it's GG. Let's just fast forward a bit here because there's not really much happening at the moment. Blue adding more units here. Red struggling to get the siege going on. He's down 80 villagers here now. And here's the final push from blue coming forward. You could take out the castle easily with only knights here as well. No knights and lifeless. Town center being dropped for red. That's not going to do anything. That's being denied. So Rams going forward. They're going straight for the castle, I believe. And if red doesn't GG, he might be in the danger of being defeated here. So splitting up the knights here from blue. Nice playing from blue to going to take out both TCs at once with his army. He doesn't really need the Imperial Age at this point. He could just use his Catholic army to finish this, and this is the only area that red is in, so he will be forced to hold the GG or be defeated very soon. He is now down to, he's still on 20 villagers, everything is idle, he's not producing, he can't really produce anything with his resources. It's kind of strange to see that red doesn't call the GG here. Maybe he has given up at this point. No, he's still moving his units. He's fighting back with villagers here. Maybe he wants to be defeated here. I don't know. It's 0-0-0. He needs to lose all of his buildings, but he can't do anything here. TC is almost down because the GG at 0 population, guys. And there it is. 2-0 for Cliffhanger. So a solid play from his side in both games, and he advances to the next round. We'll do a quick look at the stats here as well, but it's pretty very massive. Cliffhanger just so much earlier to the castle age here. Red was going for the scouts, which would work on many other maps being up at a decent time. Making scouts, but on a closed map like Hideout, you need to break through the palisades to do damage, and that's where you lose a lot of potential being behind to the next stage. Now moving on to Death Division again, guys. Okay, so let's move on to the Death Division game here. This is Light Corbo versus Smoked Milk. Yeah, it did end in the end. But now we're going to the Death Division here. As mentioned, we have Light Corbo versus Most Milk. I'm just going to add the civs command here, and then we're good to go. So here we have graveyards, a bit of a weird spawn here of the pawns again. We have on most Milk's side here, they're both playing Aztecs, as you can see on the side here. But he has 2 pawns so ridiculously close to his DC here. This could make for a great fish boom early on and massive eco lead. Light Combo of course has 2 pawns on his side as well, but he has a so much longer walk over there. So it's an Aztecs mirror. We'll be seeing some fighting for relics here in this case, because both players will have the same bonus, which is where is it again? It's relic generate 33% more gold, so they should definitely be fighting for relics here. It looks like that Corvo may have the relic generation more to his favor on his side here, but there are also 4 relics in the back on the most milk side of the base, so. So for Aztecs, would be common to see the infantry style opening, because their infantry is strong and you don't need to spend gold on loom. Or I mean, you start with plus 50 gold, so you can basically more easily make more militia or men-at-arms. If that's the play, let's just fast forward and get to the feudal action here and see what's going on. Looks like both players have found the dwarves and bringing them in. No laning for the moment. Light Corvo slightly behind the Wind Scout, but picks off most Wind Scout here. That's huge news for Light Corvo. Means his opponent can't scout what his forward's going to be. But the barracks is being dropped for Light Corvo here. Let's assume that. Okay, it looks like most build might be going for a fast castle approach here, or some such, because he hasn't really dropped any barracks or military production yet. So if Light Corporal can get in with a man-at-arms here, he could do some significant damage here. But of course, having the pawn so close, you can't not go for the fish boom approach here. If you so it makes sense to go for it early on. Only it's taking some strategy as well. So it's 5 on wood for most milk at the moment. Has a bit of idles here close to his woodline, but he will be tasking them back to wood shortly, I'm sure. 4 military on the field for Light Corvo means that he will be producing another militia here. So that should mean another man-at-arm going forward. Most milk already floating lots of food with 4 fishing ships working for him, so we should be seeing him reaching the cast stage way before its opponent here. Let's have a look at Light Corvo setup as well. Light Corvo is not using the pawns, maybe not feels it's not worth it looking at means of, well, he's found a pawn, but he sees the short fish, he doesn't see the deep fish. It's not really, there's also more deep fish on this side than on Light Corvo's side. I think that his opponent, unfortunately, will be able to wall in Tiger. This is definitely an entry point. That's the danger of pawns like this here. Light Corvo, huge military leader now, 5 military going forward for him. I believe he's going to this direction. Oh, that's disaster for Light Corvo, not. Why is he going here? He has been here seeing production buildings. What is this? Does he think that his opponent is completely walled here, or what's the play? It's I mean, it's nice to get some scouting into the map by all means, but surely there has to be an opening here somewhere. Okay, maybe it isn't open here after all. Still, it's weird to see that the army not being of any use here, and Fuel Age not teched yet either. Light Corvo was actually planning for a Drush here, for the late Drush. So we probably won't be prioritizing the Man at Arms upgrade upon Fuel here now, but there's the Loom going in. Fuel Age about to kick in for his opponent here. And still no army production for the Grey player here. It's walling off this section, which is kind of peculiar, but I guess units could walk along the shoreline here and come this way around. So by now, Grey should be fully walled, as Light Corvo is coming for a forward, and the only thing he can do is attack the walls here. Grey now dropping Blacksmith Market, and that's an unfortunate rush, yeah, indeed. But it looks like he got in after all. So must have found an opening here somehow. That's the danger of walling on hills. There will always be an opening somewhere. So Light Corvo certainly gets some value. There's the hole. We can see it right there. Grey must have seen that. Could be plugging that right now. There's the palisade. But Light Corvo in the end gets value from the Dush. Takes out at least one villager here, maybe a few more. But then there are fishing ships doing wonders for the Grey player here, and he will be reaching Castle Age way before his opponent here. Now dropping a barracks. Could be seeing a crossbow follow up here, considering that he's pretty heavily on gold and not so heavy on food here. His eco is set up with wood and gold here. So Light Corvo's response could be to go for the skirms here, and he's not so heavily on food here, so he on gold here, so he could go for the skirms right away here. His eco should be set up for it, but I'm sure he wants to reach Castle Age first. It's a pity that Light Corvo was chasing that solo villager here instead of maybe staying in the base and trying to do more damage, but now there's repairing going on. The Castle Age will be kicking in. Light Corvo with a massive lead, though he has a 3-2 KD, he has more military, he may have more. It's likely to have more scouting as well. In fact, Grey doesn't know that Light Corvo is about to be full walled as well. Now house walling behind. So forcing house walls is the worst thing you can do. Is Castle Age kicking in for Light Corvo as well, but he is going to be behind, and this is definitely going to be Eagle Scouts or Eagle Warrior push from Grey here. He's counting on the fish eco, I guess, to bring in enough food for some continuous Eagle Scouts here. And Light Corvo doesn't really have anything except his initial barracks at the moment, but of course he could use this barracks to do some defending. He's seen the Eagle push coming, I presume, because he is now already. Hold on, he's making scouts of his own. Anyway, he has the means to make men at arms or long swordsmen at home if needed. The Eagle Scouts moving forward for the player in the Grey here. They're both playing Aztecs, so and that Corvo is looking to destroy this gate now, I believe. By staying here, you could also cut off some reinforcements from most mid space, and this is actually quite a short distance between the bases here. Most mid splitting up his armies here. There is an opening in the back here. Not quite sure why there is an opening right there. Could have been a palisade tree that needed to be removed or something. But Eagle Scouts on all directions here for Light Corvo, who needs to defend against this. He is mirroring his opponent, it seems, but he has Eagle Scouts. His opponent has Eagle Scouts about to be Eagle Warriors. They're both going for Eagle Warriors, but Light Corvo's upgrade is behind. Is also behind in numbers. It's 11-5 here, and some Grey Eagles have run in here as well. It's very unfortunate this hold here for Light Corvo. He will take some losses here. Could maybe task his villagers fight, worst case, but he's really paying attention here. He is trying to clean up his, but there's the man at arm tick, so he's going for the militia line now. Needs to wall off as well. This is still open, So this is a free pass for most milks eagles to get through here. So placing a house tries to close the gap here, but it's open, and you have now 15 military from Grey roaming around this base, and Light Corbo's eco very much disturbed now. It's still 3 barracks production from the most milk here, and Light Corbo equals his woodline here. Nice awareness there, and then garrisons his TC to deal with some of the eagle warriors as well, but they are really tanky. These are the hard counter to archers. So he needs long swordsmen to deal with them efficiently. And unfortunately, the long swordsmen don't have the speed, but they have the attack and the melee armor to challenge the eagle warriors here. But he would need more numbers as well. And this is looking very grim for Light Corvo here. He's taking losses. He's falling very hugely behind the villagers and calls the GG at 19 villagers. So powerful first game display of most milk here. He had a fantastic map, I have to say. His pawns were so close. This is just so easy, secure food eco for him. But then again, Light Corbo had some pawns far away that he could have contested as well, but not nearly as much deep fish for him. So I have to say Light Corbo kind of loses to a bit of an unfair map gen here as well. So largest army 18 for Grey in the end. KD very much in his favor 30. This is mostly villagers lost for that combo, I think, although we had some army as well. Food and wood collected, kind of reversed here. Most milk went more for the wood because then you can turn make more fishing ships as well. And castage significantly reduced for most milk. You managed to, except from the hole in this area, which Light Corvo could have exploited slightly more. There he was walled off and secure for a fast castle approach here. Villager count very high for most milk in the end as well, and look at the army difference here. That's what had Light Corvo called the game in the end. They just couldn't mass enough units to deal with his opponent here. So moving on to game 2. So I'm not sure which one we're seeing here. Okay, it's going to be game 2, which is apparently moats. So let's update the civs here a bit. Here we go, guys. We have game 2 in the Death Division between Light Corvo and Most Milk. So I have to state right away, this is says ES Moats. For anyone choosing Moats as a home map for Rome, there's now an updated version called Necro ES Moats, which has adjusted the resources a little bit. You can see here that the resources could be bugged for this one. It looks alright for the players here, but unfortunately for Light Corvo, his boar has spawned way on the other side of the water here. So this would be cause for a re. He could have opted for an admin re here, but we'll see how far this game goes, if there's going to be an early GG or if he calls a re, or if some admin could have interfered here as well. Anyway, it's moats. You need to migrate outwards to get to the woodlands. I think this is Light Corval's idea here playing humans. He could go for the feudal TC to get outside of the area and secure, for example, a second TC here and secure food, wood and gold very easily in the feudal age. Most Milk, however, playing as the Franks, he wants the mobility. Could be seeing the scouts here from him. He is more lucky with the boar spawns, although his boar is for look at Light Corvo here, trying to take some uh, map abuse here and wall his opponent out. I'm sure that's his idea here. He's looking for the opening into his enemy's base, but he hasn't found it just yet. Most Milk can keep chasing, and he's not going to allow Light Corvo to wall him in here. Light Corvo's villager actually just moving further forward here, looks like. I think Most Milk is just going for the woodline here, so placing a lumber camp. And Light Corvo will be losing one villager here early on. In exchange though, Most Milk is losing his scout. He might lose a villager as well. He will probably lose this one because he doesn't have Loom. Light Corvo saves his villager. What a hero villager this one was. But at the cost of being idle a lot here, and Most Milk also saves his villager. That's 1 HP here with some serious quick walling here. But in exchange, Light Corvo is allowed to maybe to wall out his opponent here. Let's see. Not just yet. And Most Milk will be looking to chase Light Corvo for sure. But if Light Corvo now deletes this palisade, he is free to wall his enemy in. Which is exactly what he's doing here. He really wants to stop his enemy from expanding from his home place, while Light Corvo can do it freely with his feudal HTC. He's sending forward some more villagers here as well. Loom is in for the Franks player here. And going for the double palisades here, it seems. No, he wants to lay in the boar, of course, yeah. So Light Corvo can't access his own board. It's only fair that he, in exchange, tries to stop his opponent from getting his board as well. So evening things out here a bit, but at the cost of surviving time, Light Corvo is desperately housed now, but actually Most Milk might get housed as well upon releasing his next villager. So both players getting housed at the same time here. They don't really seem to be paying much attention to this either. Oh my god, this is crazy. Most Milk calls the GG. Yeah, I'm sure Most Milk will not be playing votes voluntarily after this one. So it brings the set to 1-1. I have to investigate a little bit for the next one because we are seem to have two identical files here. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to look for the replay of game 3 between Light Corvo and Most Milk here. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, looks like we won't have Okay, looks like we'll be moving on to a different set because the third recorded game is missing. So we're moving on to another Death Division game here. There we go. We have a Death Division game here. It's between NC Bogo in the blue and Kong Forever in the red. Map for game 1 is as always graveyards. So Kong Forever here picking Huns. Sib, I think he really likes to play for the potential of continuous army pressure here. You don't need houses, so you just keep going and keep going. Good spam army forever if you have the eco to support it. NC Bogo on the other hand goes for Aztecs. One of the more obvious picks for this map because there are relics all over. There are 10 or 11 relics total. But it looks like from the relic spawns that Kong has quite a few of them close to his home base, so it could be tough for NC Bogo to gather a lot of relics here. I'm sure Kong will not allow him to take them easily. So, pretty open site, or not unwallable of course for NC Bogo, but there are quite a few sections that need to be walled, and the same could be said for Kong's side, but playing as Huns you will almost always be on the aggressive side, so this could play into Kong's favor here on this open map like this. Let me just fast forward a bit to catch up with the dual action here. So seeing 4 on wood and some food being gathered for NC Bogo here. He has found at least one, or bringing in the first one now there and has the second one scouted. Sacred Kong is bringing in his force and is doing alright here. Kong also pushing in deer as he usually always does, regardless of map. So he will have a food eco boost. Should be easy for Kong to spam out scouts if that is indeed his play. He could of course go for a rush as well, but it looks like his opponent is already walling. He's certainly expecting some kind of military line forward from the Huns player here, the scouts forward, I'm sorry. So but walling off, moving out with some villagers is probably going for this wood line or something though. Could even be thinking about taking the second ponder. Pawns very much in favor of NC Bogo here, I must say, but Kong has taken a pawn as well. So he's short fishing a little bit here, his fish booming, and there won't be... maybe won't be a scouts opening after all. They could still do the scouts with the 26 pop. These are fishing ships being created while going up, and he's storing quite a lot of food already, but maybe he has other plans in mind. So the barracks is being rushed up. It will go up in time for feudal age, I believe. The blue player is also placing a barracks. Could also be a defensive measure against scouts if they will come forward. This looks like it's no. There's a tree there. Could be that the scout could go along the shoreline and find an opening here, but looks like NCBO with blue here is expecting exactly that and is placing one palisade just to make sure scouts won't get in. NCBO will now full walled. No reason for Kong to go scouts now, really won't be getting in, so he will need to still make use of them to scout the map and everything, but should be hard for Kong to do any significant damage now. Meanwhile, NCBO is dropping a double archer range here. Not too uncommon for Aztecs to go archers, they have great skirms as well. And seeing as Huns could potentially be going cavalry archers later on, it's definitely a nice addition to have two ranges anyway for potential skirm defense or whatnot against cav archers. But the scouts are forward, seem to be chasing maybe this Eagle Scout here. And Sipogo with a villager lead here, he might be having... Yeah, he definitely has more villagers, he's at 27 villagers, whereas Kong is at 23, but also with a fish boom of his own. Now Kong wants to duck this one, he's not going to have anything of NC Bogo going for the free fish boom here. He's going to challenge it and he's going to want to have some of the fish for himself. There are only shore fish left here though. So not so much deep, not any deep fish to fight for here, but of course he wants to stop his opponent from fish booming, and Kong could even, I don't know if he sees this dock yet, he doesn't, but he is, should certainly be expecting that his opponent is going for a fish boom here as well. Let's look at the Aztec player's eco here. He's investing into a feudal age army here, does have quite a few archers now, military count 9 to 8. And Kong scouts are trying to find a way in, but won't succeed here. So for a moment there, I thought it was carrying a transport, but for now it's just a fishing ship. Will also serve for scouting purposes here. Actually, he doesn't see his opponent's docked here, so it's only a matter of time until he finds it. But his opponent actually gets it first, and is stopping Kong from doing anything with fish here. I'm not sure if Kong has scouted his opponent, maybe he won't challenge it just yet after all, because there aren't really any deep fish to challenge here. Is committing to the scout, so as said, it's easy for Hans to challenge the water. He has a fishing ship now inside the dock. Could lead his opponent to believe that there is some kind of army on the water here. Meanwhile, archers are forward for Kong's opponent here, the Zibogo in blue. Has a way around here. Kong is preemptively walling already, must suspect something is going on. He has 2 fire galleys in production, his opponent is mirroring that, and Kong is adding a forward blacksmith here. Must have seen by now as well that his opponent is on this pond. So maybe Kong will be dropping a dock on this pond as well. But a few fire galleys are out. There's only one for Kong at the moment. He is at risk of losing this one, but could also use his forward villager here to send in some repairs. I think MC Bobo thinks that he is not being challenged yet. It's inside the ship here. This could be a demo ship as well, for all he knows. And he actually doesn't see Kong's fire ship here, so I don't know if that's intentional or not by Kong, but he is hiding it. So scouts are on the field. They could actually reach fishing ships here, but Kong now needs to deal with archers in his home base as well. He pulls his villagers of gold. Maybe some preemptive recalls would come up here now. He's placing a gate to make pathing more awkward for the archers here. I don't think Kong is being freaked out by this. He's not letting the villagers in there. He has another gold he can go to here, which he is going to. He's fighting a little bit on water, chasing down fishing ships. And now needs to change targets, otherwise he would lose his fire galley here. But is also stacking up on fire galleys on the other side here. So Kong actually chooses to focus on the fishing ships. There's 100, no, 75 with investment in fishing ships as well, so maybe he just wants to get the most value out of his water units here. It's certainly delaying his opponent's fish boom, while Kong is, yeah, both players committing to feudal archers. Now standing under Kong's TC here. That's very unfortunate for Blue, now being chased by archers and TC fire here. Kong could even use the scouts to block and just deny these archers from going anywhere. These archers are dead meat by now, and Kong saves most of his scouts, and of course idles his TC a bit, but he's going to be to the cast stage earlier. He's going to get to the knights or cav archers or whatever its plan is, and looks to be in a beautiful spot here right now. No fire guys on the water for NC here. I think he doesn't know that Kong has docked this pond as well. He's in for a surprise. Once his fishing ships go here, he will be challenged on this pond. So he's losing this pond, but there's not really any deep fish left here. No big loss for Kong there to not invest too much in that pond. He's going to challenge the fish on this pond as well, and maybe take out hundreds worth of wood from his opponent here. So Kong scouts forward. There's still quite a few archers in NC Bogo's base here, but Kong is bringing skirts forward as well. NC Bogo does get some free hits in here, but Kong now with attacking elite skirm and increasing presence on water as well. I think he... Okay, now his opponent is taking War Galley actually, so that's a good move to fight against lesser numbers here. Although costly, could have been spent on other attacks as well, but he's Blue's eco seems to support all these upgrades. It's getting Botkin Arrow, War Galley, wood chopping upgrades as well. Kong now with 2 fire galleys, challenging the fire ships to get out 1 fire ship before it can do anything significant here, and will actually take out the 2nd fire ship here as well. Nice maneuver by Kong on water, nice multitasking as well, keeping the crossbows busy on this side, fighting on water. Will release some fire galleys on this side as well, and he's taking his normal galleys as well, because his galleys can in fact harass the woodland a little bit here. So Kong attacking at, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 different places at once, forcing some multitasking from his opponent here. And NC Bobo for now sitting at home with his crossbowmen there, but their vehicles very much even here, but that includes fishing ships for NC Bobo as well, which will be going down here. Just going to lose another one here. Should result in the number showing 1 villager less, I think. Losing all of his fish here. I think he realizes that water is lost now. He will not commit to that for now. Now he has to deal with Kong's other forwards instead. Cav Archer also out on the field for Kong. So Kong now looking to break through in this area here. He has expanded his eco with more PCs as his opponent hasn't. I think there's still only 1 TC for the blue player, so that could be dangerous. Kong could be moving away and taking a huge lead here. Kong now with control of 3 ponds. This would need to add fish traps here to get any eco boost from that in the long run, but he's taking control of this pond as well. There's deep fish here. Kong is adding fish now. His villager count is spiking away here. It's now 6 villager lead for Kong and idling his opponent. A lot of water, 3 idle villagers on land for NC Bogo as well, but NC Bogo is bringing in some relics here now. Something I think Kong hasn't prioritized too much. He has 1 relic himself as well, and some house walling behind palisades here. Another town center going up for Blue. Blue wants to get back into this by expanding his land economy. He was relying a lot on his fish. He had a good fish eco boom going, but here are the skirms now breaking through here. Will be running in with skirms Kong, and now we could use the mobility ones to just add continuous army here. Maybe add some forward siege or Cav Archers looks to be for Kong here. So no University yet, no Ballistics for the Cav Archers. Mangonel on the field for his opponent here, but Kong dodges nicely with skirms here, but the score still pretty even. Military count pretty even, and Kong splits and avoids most of the Mangonel shot there, avoids again. Well, is this micro Kong? Kong showing some serious micro skills here. He is dodging 3 Magnolia shots total, but then sees another Magnolia field and feels it's time to back off. Now I think Kong should react to this. He will maybe add, he already has the stable, so he could add a knight or a scout or whatever to deal with this Magnolia, but why add knights when you have fire ships? So fantastic little bit of micro there from Kong, but in next stage the Magnolia gets a hit on the fire ship in water, and if Kong doesn't pay attention here, he can lose another ship to a Magnolia shot here. So, yep, Kong is not paying attention here, losing 2 fire ships to Mangonel fire here. So Mangonel's getting value overall here, and now Blue will re-wall here unless Kong stops it. There's a stone wall going up. Cav Archers now running around, rowing to this side here. Serious crossbow count for the blue player here though. They should be able to deal with the Cav Archers nicely. Kong goes for the forward siege approach here. He has taken out the dock on this side. No more fish boom on the right hand side for NC Bogo, and Kong with a free fish boom on, and a trait cog. Classic hotkey mistake there on the small pond here, and has also neglected all fishing from his opponent NC Bogo. Kong loses some amount of elite skirms here though, maybe not a huge deal overall, considering he is in a good position to constantly supply more units here. His opponent with a less stable eco maybe overall could be using the market a little bit here to adjust. He is now getting ballistics. He sold some wood to get ballistics in for his crossbowman, which is the correct approach to deal with Cav Archers here. So NC Bogus crossbows on the moon now, picking off some of Kong's forward. Kong has the hill though. He has the siege workshop here and is assuming this hill. So Kong effectively forcing his opponent constantly on the defensive here, which is what you usually would see a Huns player do. I would say Huns are very aggressive forwards here that not needing to build houses, you could just sustain military production forever. Military lead for Kong here, severe, huge villager lead as well, considering Kong is fishing on 3 ponds, has some military presence on water. We might see that being deleted at some point to make space for land army, but Kong is playing this map greatly. He's constantly harassing with his Huns army and taking the hills, not allowing any sort of expansion from his opponent here. So again, the build count, Kong with 1, 2, 3 TCs at least. I think it's 4 now. And NC Bogo with 1, 2, 3 TCs. But with Aztec Eco, that's justified. You could go up or make a lot of use with less villagers, because Aztecs have an eco bonus with their villagers carrying more resources per turn, I think. But Kong now sustaining his forward here with supplying with more units. 2 Mangonels. Needs to deal with the Aztec monks here. They could be tanky, but Cav Archers just make sure that's not something. Needs to pay attention here to the Mangonel fire. Blue gets a decent shot in, but Kong gets 1 for 1 here, loses some skirms in the process, loses military just like that, but Kong has almost twice the military numbers of his opponent. We have to consider that some of this is still on water, but still massive military lead for Kong. Protecting the Mangonel with his elite skirms here, could just break the wall here now, send some raids in with his investing heavily on the skirms. So of course for very cost efficient trades against NC Bogo here. Monks moving forward for NC Bogo, could be, if he has redemption, could be looking to convert the Mangonel here, but Kong is not allowing that. He's escaping, staying with skirmishers in line here to just not allow any redemption conversions here. So very strong, resilient defense from NC Bowyer. He's not far behind in score at all. It suggests that his eco is decent. He will be the first one to the Imperial Age. But Kong is a serious fighter as well. Even if he is forced to stay in Castle Age, he will keep fighting you and force you to take engagement and use the military numbers advantage and just maybe stay full Castle Age here with Hans. I've seen Kong do it many times before, staying in Castle Age against Imperial Age units, and look at him picking off as many crossbows as possible. Now he may be suspecting that his opponent is up here. I don't think Kong can necessarily deny this castle though, but he's adding rams as well, so if the rams could get close enough, they could deal with some forwards here. Blackberry gets conversion, but Kong deletes it immediately here. Will need to dodge a mangonel shot here now though. Any chance you stream, I guess? I think I have them in the folder, Churchies. I can have a look. You're in the Adept division, right? Oh, very nice manual hit for NC Bowler. Getting so many skirms with that hit. Fantastic value in this cluster. I think his his manual has been invisible here for some reason. Now adding more forward into, he could consider idling for the next stage here, but I think he's forced away so much military of his opponent here that he could win this game just by staying Castle Age and keeping units going. He is on stone to afford a castle though, so he could be dropping a castle, and he is harassing here and there with cab archers, skirms. Imperial kicks in for NC Bow, but NC Bow unfortunately doesn't have any military at this point. He can't really make any military advantages. He lost so many crossbows on the way up to Imperial Age. So Kong just relentless pressure here with 59 military to 8 now. He's also taking out houses and production for his opponent. Gets one mangonel for free here. And his opponent has given up on water, and still, as we can see, he has just so many things to deal with. Kong is attacking at multiple areas at once. Bobo does the right call, I think, uses villagers to fight against skirms who have the minimum damage after all, but they have armor as well and they're elite skirms, so it takes a good while to take them out. Since the mangonel in here maybe wants to deal with those skirms, but now task the mangonel forward instead of Kong. Endless supply of army with the Huns here just run straight past the castle because these are skirms. They can tank our fires, that's their job. And then 357 to 14 right now. Blue is not in the worst eco position at all. I think it still has a decent eco backing this because it Aztecs, but he still is struggling keeping the military production going in. Doesn't have enough buildings to produce from. Maybe he isn't too sure what to make either. I would have loved to see NC Bobo adding some eagles here actually, just to deal with mass skirms. He was of course using mangonels, but imagine having some eagle warriors on the field to deal with Kong's siege push here earlier. He could have taken some good fights under castle fire against the siege, but Kong is now just expanding his added knights as well. And Huns, you just keep adding and adding and adding military. Look at Kong's production queue here, it's just lots of skirms and now knights to roam around and raid even more freely, and he's taking the opponent's villager count down slowly but securely. It's 131 to 89 villagers at this point. So still great defense from NC Bowie. He has teched into Arbalester now. Good with ballistics, they could deal with knights coming in. Actually, Kong is still sending in knights one by one and is losing skirms numbers. So strong defense, and Kong in Castle Age, he can fight back a Treb easily, but fortunately for Kong, the Treb is within range of Kong's castle here. So Bobo has to pack up his Treb and fire from a different location. option for Kong could be to go for Tarkans now, to add Tarkans to take out buildings maybe. But he is almost top capped. He's in the castle in age behind and still fighting back an Imperial Age army here. Now adding another castle on the hill here as well to secure some more golds and stones. Kong constantly forcing his blue opponent here up into the corners, or using these small units he still has on water to harass a little bit on the water as well, or on land from water. But Kong is determined to stay in Castle Age. He's now filling active ramps with, I don't know what's in those ramps, probably some kind of mini units, has to be. So the rams will tank arrow shots from the arbalesters here, and could also be used to take down the one castle that his opponent has. NC does not have the means to drop another castle. He's missing the stone for it. He is not really floating a lot of resources either, so it could be tough for him to add another defensive castle. They would need to sell lots of resources to buy stone, but he succeeds at driving down this castle. I think Kong could still save this castle by tasking all of his stone miners here to this castle, but he doesn't really care about that at this point, as he gets a capped ram on his production on this side. Treb's firing away here as well. I think Kong needs some kind of units against this mass of arbalists now. But here are quite a few knights for Kong. He has the +2. And if he can, and of course he has elite skirms in the mix as well. It's still an army lead for Kong. It's 60 to 42 now. Blue getting some value from his mangonels now here, but Kong should also tell that since Blue is investing into traps and into lots of archers here, that says something about his current eco balance. Knights getting some nice hits in here, and Rams tanking arrow fire for the skirms to fire freely at NC Bogo's arbalests here. Some monks are in the mix here, they are healing up the archers and the now converted knights. So nice monk defense from NC Bogo here. But Kong, yeah, still has some presence. He could add some galleys on this side as well and then take the villagers effectively on off this wood line. So constant Castle Age pressuring from Kong here, and it's working out still, I think, because he's keeping his opponents. He's draining his opponents from resources, honestly, and Kong is, of course, spending resources as they go, but he's keeping the military production. He is pop capped at the moment, something that couldn't be said about his opponent, but Kong might lose some population space here if this castle goes down, so he needs to pay attention there. Did move the villagers, built the defensive castle further back here. But Imperial Age on the way for Kong now, and if he can get Imperial Age, he will be able to produce trebs from this castle. He could treb down NC Bogo's only castle. NC's eco has stabilized a bit now. He's missing gold. He must be running low on gold for now because he's still forced into his own corner here. Looks like he doesn't have any gold left at all on his side, and that's huge for Kong. Once he gets to Imperial Age and still can make gold units, his opponent can't. His opponent simply can't afford, unless by market abusing, can't afford more monks or arbalesters, and market abuse is his only choice if he loses army again now. Fighting on the hill here against skirms and against one mangonel and a heap of knights here. Monks doing the job here, does get one conversion this time around as well. That's more RNG people. Zibo will tasked some villagers to mine this gold here after a castle, but now Kong still has military presence here, will definitely chase Zibo off this gold, no question about it. So Kong still has sort of control of this hill here. Kong has, let's see, Kong's resources. He is floating food and gold, could take Cavalier now, which is doing, he's taking basic, taking chemistry. He will have the X range, he will have the armor for the knights. Although he's losing knights now, he's losing army numbers, but still staying pop capped with now the same military numbers as his opponent. The problem being that his opponent has no access to gold whatsoever here. When this gold runs out, it is running out, and he is now adding evil warriors here. Might be trying to look for some raids here. It's actually lagging a bit. There's so much going on in this game, so many units on the field, so could be that my PC is having a little trouble handling that. But Kong takes a fantastic fight on the hill here with the skirms now. This is a fight that Bogo should have never taken with his Arbalesters, I think, because there's just too much presence of Kongs here. But gets a pick off, but Kong again replenishing and he's keeping the military lead. But Bongo has to reset, he's stable his economy, he's added a defensive castle at home now. He is back on water, could now do a landing or something on water. I mean, if he gets a landing in and lands here, he could surprise Kong with an attack on the side on his very exposed eco. And although eco might not matter all that much for Kong at this point in the game, he's producing and trying to break in on this side here. But at this moment, Kong has a TC over here on this goal as well. He's taking control of all the goals, playing the maps very nicely here. Kong has almost endless supply of gold still. So running into storms again, chasing some traps away. The Cavaliers are raiding NC Bowl now. Kong can tell that NC is out of gold because NC is for the first time adding skirmishers of his own here. So forward siege workshop for Kong will be seeing siege ram being teched. It's at least capped ram in research now. Probably going for siege ram if he can afford it as well, but capped ram will certainly do the job as well to take out production here. So Kong still able to queue up lots of units here, screws, so many cavaliers, skirms, pretty much everything here. And get some nice raids in here on this side. So it's only a question of time if Kong can keep this pressure up. Now actually Blue is adding a thousand on this side. Kong is has to send some over to this side. I think he might not be able to deny this TC, but he's reacting by adding a siege workshop. So if this TC goes up, it will go straight down again. A few capped rams on this side, and there's nothing for Bogo to deal with there. Maybe if he had a barracks here, he could have used eagles to deal with any siege on that side. But then again, there is the question of gold for Blue. He's running out of resources, only floating wood at this moment. He is queuing a few monks and some skirms. Monks could of course handle a few cavaliers at a time, so these roaming around there, dying to castle fire. Looking at the items, 30 items, 101 villagers for NC Bogo here now, and NC will maybe be forced to resign soon, although he's showing some serious resilience here. Keep in mind that everything he's played on flat speed as well, so very impressive comeback from NC Bogo, being under all this duress on this side and still be able to move behind it, so he's clearly a very skilled player. Kong now with capped ram out here, looks like he's going to, I don't know, maybe he's looking for a breakthrough somewhere here. But adding some spears, skirms as well on this side. He's been pop capped, that could be one of the reasons he needs to. He doesn't have any much presence on this side, but look at Bush on this side now. Cavaliers could focus down these traps now. Capped ram is doing work on the castle. Kong is still fantastic continuous production here. And he's staying pop capped, adding more and more capped rams. He could even sustain siege ram at this point. He could tech siege ram, I think he's doing that just now. And once siege ram is in and his opponent can't answer with eagles against that, then that puts NC Bogo in the pickle here. So only one capped ram doing work here, but Bogo doesn't have the multitasking to deal with it at this point. He has some archer line units firing away, but now lots of rams in the attacking here, going for all production, and once siege ram is in, it's only going to be getting harder for NC Bogo. He will lose this castle, he will lose his production capabilities, and then what does he do from there? He actually is mining a little bit gold on this side now, with siege rams in on this side as well. Bogo has to send villagers, he's now building a TC on the wood line, trying to flee on this side, but Kong is now putting up a castle in the corner here, wants to secure the gold even here as well. And there's just so many areas for NC-Bogo to deal with at once here, and I think he will need to admit defeat very soon. Turgis versus Schmuckapod. Okay, noted. I think that was a set going to 3 games, wasn't it? Turgis. So the GG is finally called here by NC-Bogo. The game goes to 1 hour 2 minutes on fast speed, but Kong with playing hunts on graveyards with relentless pressure all the way, taking the map control, taking control of virtually all of the golds and the waters. So fantastic, impressive defense from Bogo being Aztecs here, but in the end it was just too much to deal with. So defense stats here, military scores very similar here. Economy scores also very much in favor of Kong here, though. He did have the superior endurance. You need to have that against Aztecs with their eco bonus, but more resources, especially gold being maybe the key here for Kong to always sustain gold units production. Massive early age for Bogo here compared to Kong, but he lost so many of his Castle Age units. He had 40 crossbows, but losing them all on the way up to Imperial Age, so he didn't get the power spike that Arbalest could give for him there. Kong took some really nice fights, staying in Castle for much longer. I think he actually never really idled production to go in either, it's just able to get there. So let's bring up game 2 between these two players. The set is 1-0 for Kong, and next up we will be having is something that seems to be many players' favorite here, because the next map we'll be seeing is boats. Yeah, Adapt Division. Gotcha. Let's see, it depends a little bit on how long this game lasts, but if I can fit it in, I will try. It's noted. Let's see here. Now we're going to game 2. This is NC-Bogo's home map. NC-Bogo playing in the blue here. And he has chosen boats as his home map. So the correct version to use is Necro modes. It's been modified a little bit to make sure that the boars spawn within of your starting, what should we call it, peninsula here. And thing about this map is both players spawn inside their own little closed space with water all over the place. You can't dock this water. It's simply too tight for that, too little space. And there's only this crossing. So if your opponent is allowed to wall you off, then you're in a serious pickle. So you see Kong here going for Japanese. I'm not sure if he probably knows this map, but if he doesn't, he might have expected some dockable waters here for fish traps. But I think with Japanese, the lumber camps, mills, everything are cheaper. Makes it easier to expand to resources outside with just adding one lumber camp for 50 wood instead of the usual 100. But we see NC-Bogo here in blue plays the Lithuanians. He could, as Lithuanians, opt for the instant rush, since Lithuanians started extra good, then you drop a barracks right away and just run forward. Which is exactly what he's doing, except he's dropped 2 houses first. But he's taking some stragglers and he's using the barracks as sort of a wall here on his home area. Keeping his scout close by to guard the villager a little bit here, I guess. What he could do if he gets now gets militia out, he has the food to support at least one militia here. He has to make sure not to idle his TC while doing so, of course, but he's walling off with house and barracks here, and might be going for a very early rush. Look at Kong already expanding to the woodland. These are his first villagers after sheep, so these are his 9 to 13 population going in here. One idle here on this side though, but now put to work. No loom though, so they are subject to damage from scouts here, but look at Blue already adding militia. And if he can find Kong's woodline or even protect this villager here with militia and scout, he could potentially stop Kong from expanding from his home area here. This looks to exactly to be the play of Bogo here, but Kong, he has already expanded, so he has access to wood outside. He does not see this happening though, for now. And let's see how Kong will react to this. He is scouting the chief, so he's going to see that something is going on here. And uh-oh, there's a wall going up. What do we do about this? We need to react. Kong force drops to get some vigil out here. Is luring in the deer from the side, so and also adding a house will be luring the boar soon enough here. But meanwhile, he's being walled off at home, but he's still having a good eco. Look at the villager lead as well. Vogo with his early militia here from Lithuanians, he's sacrificing a lot of production. Note that he's not producing anything at home at this moment. But he succeeds, it looks like, in walling Kong off, cutting Kong off from sending any more villagers out. But Kong still has lots of food at home, he has gold at home, so unless he's being heavily lamed here and Vogo walls in his gold or something, then Kong should not be hindered in making some kind of a fast castle here. Kong with some fantastic quick walls here as well, just not allowing the Drush here to do anything. And he doesn't seem stressed out by the fact that there is someone walling out. What this means for Kong is that his opponent is... Oh, there's the last piece of wall, so he wasn't actually good walled. Or if he's done the walling, maybe. So Kong is not stressed out about this, because seeing the 3 militia and seeing walls being made up there, that already suggests to Kong that he has a massive eco lead. So I think this is Kong's game sense playing in for him. He knows he could still pull off the fast castle with his villagers here. If Bogo had actually scouted this lumber camp, it could be a different story, because then his Drush could have hit villagers here first. But they didn't. So I think what Kong will do here is just relax and go, maybe for a fast-ish castle here. And then just to break through the walls in Castle Edge. Kong is actually trying a sneak forward here as well, but this villager will certainly go down to the militia and scout of Blue here. But this is also Kong's only means of scouting, since his scout is trapped in his home base. So militia, the Drush from Blue, now hitting Kong's woodland here. So I don't think we'll be seeing Blue going for feudal age just yet. He's missing some food, but if he goes up, he knows by now that this is Kong's woodline. If I tower this, then Kong can't access wood, and the only thing he has is the stragglers at home. There is like 500 wood here for Kong though, so even losing this woodline is not in the worst spot. Yeah. Actually, found an opening here. I think Kong might lose one villager here. Kong might need to quick wall, but Blue's villager is in place, walling Kong's villagers out on this side. Kong is losing his woodline here. He might be losing all 4 villagers here if he's not very... If he doesn't quick wall in this one or something and try to save her. Looks like Kong is escaping with 2 villagers here. Could actually mill this and get lots of food income from the deer here, but it's not exactly safe, of course. But Fuel Age kicks in for Kong, and as we see Blue here, and Bogo, he is missing lots of food still for clicking up. He gets housed, he is 3 villages behind still, whereas Kong is reaching researching feudal age, and Kong is using these 2 villagers he lost from the woodland, is using them to scout the map instead. So he wants to get a grasp of the neutral resources now, adding a barracks on the side here. So he knows his opponent is in this area, and must know because he's already been scouting that with his villager. Found the resources as well, so... meanwhile, Bogo trying to be a little bit annoying here, picking out some houses. He could deprive Kong of some wood there if he destroys Kong deletes the house before the militia can get there. But looking at Kong's resources, is floating quite a bit of wood now, even after adding a barracks, so he can easily place the blacksmith market. I think he will opt for the blacksmith market now because he doesn't have access to his woodland anymore, but he surely wants to get to Castle Age ASAP, so to speak. He's bringing all of the hunt in here as well. Still 1 deer to take. Or could he be going for some kind of... Okay, now he's going for the archers. So Kong wants to have feudal military presence, so maybe he's going to stay in feudal instead. Now going more heavily on gold here, taking its stragglers. I mean, there's still 300 wood worth of stragglers here, so it's Kong is not in a huge issue of wood yet. Now he's placing a tower on the gate here so that he can easily use villagers or other units to punch through here later. He's idling the very villagers, maybe he will use those to punch through as well. But here are Bogo's militia going forward, trying to maybe delay this tower a little bit, but the tower will most certainly go up here, and deleting this house here makes it even easier for Kong to break through finally here. So Kong now fighting off the militia with villagers here, but note that Kong has a side base here as well. He's establishing the military presence now. He can produce some archers here. Added a spear for some reason here. Going to stone as well. Could be for more defensive towers, or it could be for to make sure he can get the TCs up and running when his castle age hits it. We see Blue reaching full age just now. Obviously lagging behind, there is 7 villagers behind now. Lost all his military except his scout or whichever unit is on the field for Blue here. He's desperately trying to wall off Kong further back, but this tower has the villagers within reach, and it's only now a matter of time, I think, before Kong is going to be able to break out. Still 3-4 villagers idling a lot for Kong here, trying to break out. Maybe he's abandoning it since Kong, after all, has some villagers on the side here from the side base. Unless he pulled them back, something I think he didn't. So Kong is opting for feudal age army here, is going for the archers. No fletching for now. They won't be breaking through, but they could still deal with some stray villagers here and there. Kong could easily deny wood off his opponent here. Because this is his opponent's only lumber camp, and of course he could be forced to relocate, but then he could move in this direction. Another tower going up for Kong here. Smart play to make sure this kind of wall-off doesn't happen again. If Kong gets fletching after a while as well, he of course is not prioritizing that now, he's prioritizing army instead with the little wood he has left. But if fletching gets in, it's just not going to be possible for his opponent to wall off here. But Kong with a little bit of military forward here now, will deal with the spears here, will also deal with the forward wills. Okay, Kong actually can't see this tower going up. So these are the villagers that Kong had to the side building this little base here. They are now gathering wood on this woodland, and Kong will use these towers to fire away at the other tower here, and at the same time breaking through the buildings here. Man, I hate that map. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree, Torchis. I would never play moats voluntarily. So Tower will go up for Kong, but his immediate reaction will be pulling these villagers away. So needs to delete this palisade here. Needs to be careful here now, so as not to lose the villager. He's running back and forth. Maybe Kong is busy otherwise here. He will maybe lose this woman now, but the other guy is saved by the bell here. So Bobo will lose his forward tower now. Is still on stone here, so he could probably be able to build another one. He's actually collecting enough resources to getting close to the next age as well here, which is more than can be said about Kong, who has been significantly delayed by being named wall off like this here. But Kong is in the process of breaking out. Bogo has to deal with his tower here, maybe get some repairs in. He's delaying Kong's breakout as much as possible, but once Kong breaks out and can extend his eco, more army will be on the field for Kong as well. Stone walls now behind her. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just out of range on the tower here, I presume. But there's still a possibility of breaking out here and getting down these towers. All depending on whether Bogo can defend or not. But now Kong adding a third tower here, which should be able to definitely range this tower, maybe also range repair builds. So even if Kong loses builds in the process here, this is what he needs to do to get out of this area here, and in the end be able to damage his opponent. Let's see if he sees some villages here. He's just scouting the map of his opponent here now, but with fletching maybe he could be able to reach these villagers taking stragglers here. I think Kong could tell now that his opponent is struggling for wood as well, because he's taking the stragglers at his home side. Bogo now with floating wood and gold, but he can't afford the second building he needs to kick up. He's struggling with wood. Maybe should be considering putting a market here, but this eco is very inefficient for Bogo, even though he's only 2 villagers behind now. Causing so much idle time for Kong. Kong is still having the villager lead here, so pretty impressive defensive and offensive combination of play here for Kong. Must be really annoying having to deal with this kind of forward though. So Kong now, finally broken out, places a preemptive defensive tower right away on the wood line. Kong sees his opponent placing a tower as well, but he has archers on the field and could be able to deny this tower. So the tower's at 60%, this one won't be going up, even with archers, a few archers from Kong here. Targeting the right units, spreading out using his feudal army here, now adding more villagers, archers of his own as well. Delays this tower a lot, and now his own tower is up. Bought himself just the time he needed to stop this tower foundation from going up. What's Kong's eco situation like now? So Kong is liking resources, but he's also spending. He's not idling everything here. He's now adding both villagers and archers here, and he's just refusing his blue opponent to get to woodlines here. So Blue desperately wants this tower up. He wants to secure a woodland here, or maybe even more importantly deny wood from Kong, but Kong is slowly expanding, extending. And we'll get another tower up here. So this is a tower wars for both players. Both players floating stone, but Kong can easily afford more towers here. Bogo now lacking very much in villagers department here. So Kong has sustained a better production here overall. The market is up for Bogo, so he could buy food, wood, whatever he needs, but he's still going for stragglers here. This is extremely inefficient wood gathering, but it's what he needs to do when his wood lines are denied like this. So Defensive tower goes down for Bobo, is down 600-700 in score now. Kong's archers sit under this tower as well. Kong really wants to take control of this middle area here and eventually push back his opponent. So this map is called ES Necropolis Grail. You want to use this version if you're playing it for the tournament because some boar spawns and some resources have been adjusted, so it's more fair generation overall. So another tower going up for Kong. I believe his tower will go up before his opponents. There are 7 villagers building for NC Bobo though, so maybe he saves it just in time. Nope, Kong gets it up. And Kong is now extending to another woodland here. Why fight for the wood here when you can just get another one and are free to do so? Kong with now with 11 villagers lead here. Pushing his opponent slowly but securely here, staying with this feudal age. Will Bobo go for the castle age? I doubt he will. He actually has no villagers at all on food. So he's mainly relying on market eco. Why hasn't the island farmers been too preoccupied with his forward? I guess I'm spending wood for towers, but that's could cost Bobo the game here. The fact that he's not going on food at all. This idling, using the market to buy food, I assume, to look at the food buying prices as well. It's 181 to buy food here, so it's clear that Bobo, he has to have used lots of gold here to buy food to try and keep going here. Just sets him back even further because looking at the populations here is 56 to 32 here. Kong with a significant population lead now. Broken out here as defensive towers is never going to be walled off here again, I believe. He loses the forward tower, but that's no hassle for him. He just adds another on this side. I think a tower even on this location could range these gold miners just a tiny little bit. So I think Bobo here is grasping at straws to survive here, doing a decent job surviving, defending his own home area, but at some point he will be running out of resources, and he is only on gold, wood, and stone at the moment. He's even out of stone, so now until he can mine enough, he will not be able to add more towers of his own. Kong now with a significant mass of archers here. What's the eco setup like? He's also far away from Castle Age, but he's floating lots of wood and gold now. He could add so many more archers, and he denies this tower from going up again. So he's just starving NC Bobo from wood here. NC Bobo has nowhere to go. Kong knows this. He knows his opponent can't access wood anymore. So once this gold runs out, imagine a tower here as well. Look at the stone walls denying expansion here. Towers denying expansion from Bobo on this side. Stone walls denying expansion from Bobo on this side. And archers doing job securing, allowing the villager to work freely. So Bobo really wants to finish his tower, but Kong sends his archers forward again. Should be able to deny this tower from going up yet again, because there's towers firing from the other side as well. Of course, losing some archers in the process, but that doesn't really make any difference here. Kong is floating so much wood and gold at this point, and what's Bobo's eco like? None on wood, none on food, all on gold, all on stone. No farms. Idols in the corner here have been idle for a long time here, and as this progresses, we must be looking at the GG soon bit, because the only thing Bobo has access to is the gold. If Kong can deny this gold finally, there's nothing else for Bobo to do. He will be completely out of resources. Seems like a last volley for Bobo here now. He wants maybe to try and batter down the towers with the villagers to gain access on the woodland once again. But Kong has archers on this side. He has towers here. He has the archers. He could just he could run along this way, I guess, to deal with this. But Bobo battering down these towers. Kong will be losing some villagers now, but he puts them away to the side here. And don't think Kong really minds losing a few towers now. He's of course running low on stone because he quick gates here to keep the villagers from getting to this tower. Nice work from Kong here. The thing is, Chorizo Seco, you can't squeeze a dock on these waters. That's why many people really don't enjoy this map because you're so cramped in your own base. But it's been discussed whether to adjust this map to have a bit of a broader water or even amphibious terrain instead to make it different. So docks are not an approach here, otherwise I think that's what Kong would have done that long ago, being all out. But look at this trap here. These villagers from Nzibogo are trapped here now. They are imprisoned within Kong's palisade, and if Kong now adds a tower here, these villagers will... And Bogo calls the GG. GG, guess my walling was too late. GG, well played to both players, and Thibaut put up a great fight in the first game and also some realized early aggression in this one. But it's Kong Forever's game in the end here. 2-1 for Kong, he advances to the second round of the tournament. 2-0, I mean. 2-1, not 2-1, 2-0. Let's have a look at the stats here. No players making it past Field Age. Kong with earlier Field Age here. Military scores higher for Etzibogo. He went for the other military militia. Lion didn't really pay off for him, other than he could wall off Kong and delay Kong a lot on his home peninsula. But Kong, being very resilient in his defense, slowly pushing back and sneaking out of the few villagers to add some army on his own on the field. So you think the fact that Kong was allowed to make this base on the side here, he had some villagers running all the way over. Bogo could have kept chasing them with his scouts or some army and kept looking for them. If he had done and neglected this base from going up, it would have been tougher for Kong to break out and get back into the game. So more resources collecting for Kong overall. He did have the villager lead, so to speak, the whole game. And yeah, seeing the army numbers are growing, and concludes the set. Alright guys, I'm back, moving on with the next cast. I might not be able to finish this in time because I really need to go in slightly less than 1 hour, but worst case I'll have to just catch up with the rest later. There might be some fast forwarding for this one. Just going to add civs here as well, and then we're good to go. There we go. We're back at the Adept division here. That's the 1000 to 1400 ELO range division. And the first map is always GLHF and a sad frown here from Shmakabod. So that's them wishing each other good luck, have fun. So the matchup here is Mayans for Turchies. He's obviously already tech loom since he starts Popcapped, and Shmakabod as the Saracens playing in the red here. So first map, always graveyards. Both players are likely to go archer style here, but Saracens obviously lots of options. Cavalry as well, camels, knights, whatnot. Mamluks for that matter. And Turchies with mines could go for the scouts. So the pawn disposition doesn't look too bad here. Not too many deep fish here for Turchies, but pawns are within reach if he wants to go fishing. And Shmakabad with one pawn close to his own base as well, with 4 deep fish here and some shore fish to eat, and also a pond up to the north-ish, which should also be possible for him to secure. So now I'm going to speed up a little bit here to catch up with the feudal action. As both players get their Bilords going. It's forward for Turchies, same for Shmakabad, who seems to... No, he's going for the wall off first. I was going to say maybe he was going for the dock, but it seems to be the wall off here, not going for the fish boom here. And they are commenting on the fast speed. This is so fast, I know, right? So the speed is 2-0, that's fast. It's not as fast as this fast playback, obviously, but still kind of unsettling. And Shmakabad asked if there's only one ball, but there should be 2. He just missed it here, unfortunately, and that certainly puts your start back a lot here. But adapting by sending more to Varys here, and should be able to take up shortly, is now adding 3 to gold. Could be a straight archer's build here done for Shmakabad. But the barracks is out for Turchies, and we'll be seeing a men-at-arms build here from him. Or maybe it's in fact a Drush going forward here. It's a Drush, his auto gold is only taking 10 gold. So I have to say, could be fast speed messing around with a bit of them. But first could be a good option here. Playing on fast speed, it could be really tough to quick wall and defend against the Drush. And here they are moving forward. Meanwhile, Shmakabad is walling off a bit in this direction first. Maybe hasn't found his enemy yet, although must be suspecting some with the golds and everything going on there. But Turchies as well is avoiding his enemy here. Sees some resources, but walks around for some reason. Must have seen these palisades. Yeah, turns around now, going to look for land damage, but that leaves Shmakabad with time to wall in and defend here. So dropping the barracks, soon to hit Feudal Age here. That's not the story for Turchies, who hasn't actually gone to gold yet. So this rush could actually set him back quite a bit unless he had some other plans in mind here. Walling towards the TC here for Shmakabad will take some hits here on the militia. Also quick walling the woodline. This will make the woodline maybe slightly less efficient, but it certainly saves the villager. There's one villager idling here behind the walls. Kind of hard to notice. And the rush runs in here next to the barriers, but won't be able to make any damage here either, other than maybe attacking the middle, being annoying. But the only last potential option here for Cheese would be to hit the wood line, which he hasn't found just yet. So take some opportunities to scout a little bit here. Fuel Age is coming, but still no gold, but has gone to gold now. Meanwhile, Shmakapod's scout is harassing the Mayan players' villagers, causing a little bit of idle time here as well. Turchis has found the wood line here on this side, chases them away. So again, some idle time here, being taken off one wood line. An option for Shmakapod here could have been as well to try and fight off these troops as with villagers. But he might be just be waiting for some archers to come out here to deal with this. There's one archer already ready to deal with this. 3 archers on the field now for Shmakabod. And buys him a solid head start here. Third Cheese is approaching Fuel Age, but miss, and also has the wood for multiple archery ranges and whatever else is needed here. So it's going to be at least 1 archery range here, maybe 2. But takes villagers from the gold here to build the buildings. I would going for archers. I would maybe have considered going and taking the villagers from some other less significant resource in this sense. Maybe the food income here, but the ranges will go up, and Shmakapod will be ready to defend against Turchis archers, which are moving forward now, and Turchis, being aware of something might coming, starts to wall off here, gets some houses up, and Shmakapod turns around actually, but should take an engagement here, could get some easy kills here, or at least delay the walling. These foundations are only placed, he could just walk straight in here, and some idling happening on the barracks here. Turkey is quite close to clicking up to the next stage, now only missing, no, not missing buildings either. Doing some nice wall off here with the mines, and defends nicely here, I would say, pulling back some villagers, but garrisoning the DC and kind of forcing Shmakabod's archers to run into his own TC here. They'll start building the next house as well, so that they have to move towards the TC again. So the foundation is there, will be building now. Okay, so now these archers have to go all the way back here to not take damage from the TC. That's a significant amount of idle time for third cheese though. Going up to the castle age now and being 4 villagers behind, but Shmakapod in exchange is pretty far off from clicking the castle age. Goes for the wall off instead. Sneaks into some archers here though, does some damage to the woodline. And Turchis in the end chooses to fight off this archer with villagers. So Shmakapod's forward is tough now. His scout has been chilling out here for a while. There's a preemptive defensive tower on the gold for Turchis. Makes sense, it's only gold proximate to space, but if he had placed the tower more to the center here, then he could have actually covered both golds here. But on flat speed, of course, you get stressed out and maybe you don't make the optimal decisions here. Shmakapod has brought more archers forward. He has fletching, could still deny some walls, and even if the walls go up, there are only palisades, they will melt to Saracen archer fire. But Castle Age is kicking in for Turchis here. Significantly behind in villager numbers, but nothing is to stop him from expanding to this area later on. He should have a healthy eco supporting this. Did spend the stone on tower, so he will be needing a market for stone to go for multiple TCs here. So one could argue that this eco is somewhat unbalanced here, but certainly set up towards archers here. Now adding skirms, doable as well, why not? But with the damn those Cyrus launchers, indeed, they break through so easily. And a steady flow over from Shmakapod here. If he could break through maybe on this side next or something, then he could do some damage there as well. But he does some nice rounds here, causing constant idle time for third cheese, but third cheese still sustaining builder production. And Shmakapod now 35% castle age and still producing. Of course, has the market up, could use the market to abuse and get boost the production, adding a third range here. So, two ranges are up for third cheese as well, but he seems to be missing eco to support production. No, he doesn't, he just doesn't queue army at the moment, he's floating lots of golden wood here, yeah, has queued archers, just taking time to get them out, I guess. But sends in the skirms now to deal with archers. No fletching for third cheats, no army either, so even with 3 archers here, Shmakapod could do some decent damage. I'd say Shmakapod got some value from his archers here with the constant harassment. Stage kicks in, crossbow is being queued immediately. What's the situation for third cheese? Still queuing archers, could maybe unqueue some or idle TC cancel one villager to get the crossbow upgrade. That's going to be very important now that Shmakapod has the military lead. He has 14 crossbows now. Saracen crossbows able to take out buildings easily. And now Shmakapod sees the second war. So unfortunate for Shmakapod, but fantastic immediate adaptation to get to the age up with these nice numbers. Nice time still. Now going in with a heap of crossbows at third cheese here. We could just target this house now. I think third cheese needs to be thinking about some defensive siege now. Would be the most efficient way to take out these archer numbers, as he doesn't have the army to contest it himself. So Shmakapod looking for another way in here. Maybe he wants to take his opponent of gold because he knows that all of the golds are up on this hill. He'll also taking the hill on the way, but he's taking out the production means here. So he goes straight for the production here with the Saracen crossbows, constantly supplying crossbows from 3 ranges as well. And here's the universities. We might even see ballistics being attacked soon. So one range will go down to their cheese. These are still just archers, missing the crossbow upgrade. Skirms in the making here, but few late skirms. I'm not too sure how that would work against Shmakapod here. He has got a decent amount of crossbows here and is slowly just taking out production here, unfortunately for third cheese, who is being cramped up on this corner now. Could consider at this point breaking through the walls. Can't take stone. I could maybe collect some stone here just to be able to afford a new TC, but now running low on wood here as well, and gold is untouched for now. But Shmakapod could use the range to take out another archery range here with the Saracen bolts. He has the hill as well, so if he goes for some kind of raid down on the eco of third cheese here, of third cheese, that's also an option. Cleaning up third cheese archers here. Unfortunately for third cheese, still no crossbow upgrade here, but the siege is in the making. One mangonel, one lucky mangonel hit here, and it will change the game. But we're looking at 31 military to 16 here, and Shmakapod just sniping the reinforcements here. Should be easy for him to even sit under this tower and take down the tower without taking too huge losses here. Focus is nice split there, loses some numbers, but still micros the mangonels nicely there. Now tries to sit under the tower to take it out. No, actually focusing on the gold villagers after all, just forcing under tower fire here. Will take some serious losses here. 26 to 29 is the KD, another mangonel comes in, but the tower can't hit all of these things. Oh, fantastic mangonel hit there from Touchies. Gets so many kills in one shot there, and KD is pretty even here, 37 to 30 right now. And with reinforcements coming from the Saracen side, but now Botkin Arrow and Elite Skirmisher being teched by Touchies here, but he doesn't really have too much army to benefit from that upgrade. From the way I see this, expansion is still the key here. Sure, Mayans have a significant eco, but if you could get more thesis out and get the boost going. Where is he going now? He's going for the stone. He's going for the furthest stone, actually, the unsecure stone instead of this one closer to his base. But stone is important. Need to get more TCS up. Maybe struggling a bit with the wood situation now, though. But queuing elite skirms. If you can get the numbers up faster than the Saracen player here, then that could be a key to coming back. But the Saracen adding his 5th archery range now, albeit only producing from 2 of them right now, but I guess he wants to produce from the forward ranges and just keep going here. Could consider adding some siege as well, couldn't he? He has lots of wood in the mix here, and nice addition with the Scorpion there, could hit multiple archers at one time. That takes some decent shots here, but Mangonel shot, oh man, great hit again from Turchis here. He's getting great value from his siege here. He's taking the KD to his own advantage here. Is 59 to 34 KD, cleans up very nicely here, but Shortfall still in position is abusing the market a lot, but look at the prices now. He will only get we'll get limited amounts of gold from selling now. That's only gonna get worse, even if the Saracens have a nice market. Scores so even here, and now it will be Turchis pushing forward. Turchis pushing back now. He's gotten fantastic value out of his siege, but now Saracen player is adding stables here. Maybe he wants to add knights into the mix here to deal with the siege. So from the eco perspective, it could be the market of you speaking here, but it looks like Shokabot still has the more healthier eco. He is committing to his 1 TC push as well, though, so it's not like one of the players is going to get a huge eco spike here. Scout cab being adding from Shokabot. Is he going to take light cab and use that to deal with the siege, or is he going for... Yeah, he might be thinking about light cab to deal with the elite skirms. Nice choice actually, because those are still only archers, so there's siege and elite skirm, then light cab. Assuming he gets the light cab upgrade, he could counter all of this army actually. Now it's Turchis on the offensive here, taking out production. Is adding a townset on the hill here now. Wants to secure the gold and the wood lines here, and being Mayans with the eco boost that grants him, he should be able to catch up eco-wise and even take an eco leader. Look at this eco now. He's actually, this is what Mayan eco can do for you. You get this fantastic eco bonus with the villagers carrying more per turn or whatever it is. So our resources last longer, that's it. So gets more value from all the resources here. Eastern Stone could be switching into the Plume Archers after a while here, but meanwhile Shokabot is stacking up an army as well. too much happening from Red's perspective right now. It's using the forward villagers to take some wood on this side. Needs wood, of course, for more archers if you want to stay with that approach. Is still staying on 1 TC and so far keeping up with the Mines player, but Turchis is also been investing a lot on what he's doing. So, but look at this amount of light cam here now. He can just run around and focus the siege first and then get the skirms for this to be most efficient, but fantastic cleanup with the cheap light camera here that only costs food for him to produce. Could get some nice raids in here now if you just task them through, and the archers could stay behind and take out production here. So this is Saracen market power for you. It's not really any huge eco lead here. He even has the stone now to afford a forward castle. Could be considering to denying the mine player from stone, perhaps. So Turchis tries to escape to this side, but we have Schmuckapod here making sure that doesn't happen with light cab raiding. Light cab raids all over Turchis' base now. And lots of Turchis' eco idle. At least half of the village is not working. Here's the forward castle. Reaching at least 2 of the goals here, so not the worst spot. And we'll be taking down defensive tower here. Schmuckapod keeps adding light cab, wants to extend the raids here. Maybe we'll be seeing Madlux added as well from here. Forecast goes up, be nice, some production from here. Light cab rates are handling Turchis' space. Is down to 41 villagers now. Is actually saved 1 villager here on the gold, so he has some gold income. But raids are doing so much. The forward castle only reinforcing that, and look at QSR Turchis not producing at all. Schmuckapod now adding a TC, that's his second TC I think. And there's the LOL from Turchis. Could mean that GG is imminent. GG. Really crazy, thank you to what an honor. I knew I needed dice, I just didn't know what. You could have killed me after my failed assault. Took me too long to switch. Yeah, I was too scared. I didn't need to scare me. I like this little chat here between the players, always fun to read. So 1-0 for Schmuckapod here. Showing the power of the Saracen archers. Could look a little bit at the stats before we go to the next one. 23 economy technology. Score lead in the end for Red Player, but look at the KD, not too dissimilar here. And eco collection here on the positive side for Schmuckapod, but remember, I think he was only on, yeah, just added the second TC in the end there, so he was doing, no, there's another one, okay, so he was on 3 TCs in the end, significant villager lead, obviously. And the uptimes, cast age in earlier for Turchis, but he couldn't really exploit that, he couldn't afford his crossbow upgrade, and then defending against these Saracen forwards is just so much tougher. Okay, let's try and fit in the next one as well before I really need to go. Alright guys, moving on to the next one again. This time we have Necro Arena. Which is the same players. This is Adept Division, Turkeys, and Schmuckabot playing against each other. Yes, Schmuckabot is up 1-0, winning the previous game with the Saracen kind of masterpiece, I would say. And we then have Turkeys' his home map, and he's playing Aztecs on Necro Arena. So let's just speed this up a little bit and fast forward till we can get to the action here. TLHF with a frowny face again from Schmuckabot. Maybe turning into an inside joke this one. Looks like the deer is spawning on the inside for both players here. Which is always good news. You can push them and get the eco boost going, and they seem to be off to a very similar starts here. Turkey is lagging slightly behind the villagers, but nothing significant. It's like a bit over one villager for him. So Aztecs of course want to go for the relics. This relic is very nicely and close to the Aztec player's base here. Aztecs get 33% extra gold per relic, and Bulgarians on the other hand could do a really huge boom with their cheaper TCs, could go straight for the 5 TC boom considering that their TCs only cost 50 stone, or they could go for Crepost and Castles drop for map control. So both players on the way up to village, Turkeys with 2 villagers less than Schmuckabot. Is likely going to be fast castle for both players here. Looks like the Eagles is set up for it. Blacksmith Market for Schmuckabot, and same for Turkeys here. No army buildings added for now, but here are the barracks for Turkeys. Wants to take map control with Eagle Scouts and get the relics in. Meanwhile, Schmuckabot is deleting his walls and scouting in the back of his base. He has a nice back area here, a lot wider than Turkeys, but Turkeys has back gold and back stone, and their castle ages are virtually similar here. Schmuckabot goes straight for the castle drop here, but Turkeys already has Eagle Scouts on the field and denies the forward castle from Turkeys. Well, from Schmuckabot. So Turkeys playing nice arena style here, guarding the relics with his Eagle Scouts. Scouting the castle drop attempt of Schmuckabot. So Schmuckabot is forced on defensive, is now adding defensive Crepost instead. Already now adding Phoenix to take some fights and map control here. So deals nicely with a monk here with Phoenix, but is outpaced in military here and only has 2 and 3 to 2 conics for Schmuckabot against quite a few Eagles on the field now, Eagle Warriors for Turkeys. So Turkeys seems to be no arena stranger here. He is taking over control, already secured 2 relics, and is dropping Siege Workshop, something that Schmuckabot has seen actually. So I wonder if Schmuckabot will allow this to happen. But monks are on the field as well, obviously, strong Aztec monks. Could be a monk siege push in the making here for Turkeys. Oh, just adding lots of ramps, 5 ramps total here, and then taking the middle gold, which is actually the 3rd gold of Schmuckabot here. Conics spotting the routes going forward here. The Eagle Scouts need to, or Eagle Warriors need to be on spot here to defend, I think. Both ramps will go down there. Kind of a little bit sloppy of Turkeys here to send in the rams undefended, but here we go. Eagles inside the ram. And if he's allowed to break through, then the Crepost won't be doing too much either, because the Eagle Warriors can tank lots of air fire. Schmuckabot actually bagels on the idea of dealing with these rams. It's not really stressing in the quick calls behind here either, so I think Turkeys will be allowed to get in there and get some serious raids in. You could use the rams to take out production and do some serious damage here. Monks also in place here, dealing with the Conics, so the Conics can't get close enough to do any serious damage here. Wants to take out a little bit more walls here to maybe to prevent easy click walls and to prevent choke points. But defensive round on the field there. If Turchis has redemption text, he could convert Magadan here, but I don't see any monks doing anything significant here, so probably doesn't have the tech in. Sends in the convert comic, and the converted comic deals with this Magadan in 3 hits though. But Shpakapod's army numbers are increasing as well. But Rams are on the field, the Conic is dealt with here, no huge deal at the moment. That's a converted unit, that's a free unit for Shpakapod. Moving forward with Rams, not adding any more siege at the moment, but aims to take out what he can take out here. So the blacksmith will go down. His strategy is taking the lead here, but he allows the Conics to hit as well. The monks maybe, no, the monks have faith, they could convert here. So Shpakapod will need to back off again, gets the conversion again. And now adding more barracks for eagle production here. Floating extreme amounts of gold here, and what's Shpakapod's situation like? He does not have any gold food at all, so he can't really boom and match here either. This Conic doing some raidings over here. At this point, Turgis should consider just sending his eagles in and raid as much as he can, but he wants to save his villager, of course. And could also test the monks here to convert, but doesn't get a clear hit here. So no need to chill out here now, just go on the farm, get the raids in, stop your opponent from getting his boom going again. He's with 18 villagers on foot here, but he seems to be prioritizing army, adding some scouts as well. Turchis either hasn't scouted this relic or he's scouted, just didn't pick it up, but he does have 4 relics total, so he's really on some gold in that sense as well. But there's no reason to stop the push right now, just keep the push going, stay with your staying on 1 TC, that implies that you really need to punish your opponent's boom. But adding a second TC here wants to maybe get the little boom going after all. Now dropping a castle as well. Red with 9 military against 23 here. Not so many villagers building for now. I would have loved to see this castle even more forward actually, but it does the job here. So Mangonels on the field, Conics could deal with this, but Turchis gets great hits in here, and this castle just barely denies the gold from Shpakapod here. Again, I would love to see these eagles just run in and raid, because Shpakapod's base is wide open. Of course, we want to deal with the army of Shpakapod as well, but best way to win the game by going 1 TC all in like this, well now 2 TCs, but is to just keep the pressure, don't allow your opponent to boom and get the eco going like he's doing now. He's now with 33 on food, also have a safe goal over here with 2 car posts protecting. Here's the raids coming in for Turchis here now. Battering down some production buildings here. Brings down the market, so market abuse is not longer an option for Shpakapod. So since the raids in now, this could be very dangerous for Shpakapod here. He will be idling lots of wills, but he will be losing lots of wills as well. No attack red for the Eagle Warriors though, but these Rams could also deal with the Necropolis here if he adds a few more. And Turchis still floating lots of gold mainly. Looks like he's adding eagles and spears here, spears to help out with the Conics, but nothing to protect the Rams here. Eagles now coming forward, but at least one ram will go down, but can release more eagles at the very least. So Schmuckabot backs off again. Schmuckabot is allowed to boom quite a bit here still. So the push needs to continue here. In fact, Turchis is waiting for more army. Could look like another castle drop, but I don't see any foundation. He's only sending them forward, signaling something. Schmuckabot was wondering what the villagers were doing here. There's the castle drop. So Schmuckabot struggling with army here is only 10 military. This castle should most certainly go up before Turchis. See the ram sending in here. The ram could start pounding away before this castle could finish and weaken it a lot before it goes up at all. Lots of builders not working for Turchis as well though, but the castle is going up. Garrison's Schmuckabot abandons his castle. The Turkey is losing some army as well now, only adding pikes. He's could be adding lots more siege, you know, he's holding so much wood and gold without really using it. Only doing pikes for the moment now, that's not ideal for Collings, it's not bad, but it's not great either. But has the gold for another castle drop here, within range of the one castle here, so this is going to be a castle drop wars apparently. So many villagers building, this is for sure going up, but the defensive castle, unless denied by some military units here, will not go up. Well, will go up, I mean, if not denied in some other way. So, Schmuckabot forcing the defensive castle here. Some pikes running in, but they're only attacking the house, that's not really doing much. So if these Maggots had been on the spot here 1 minute ago, they would have easily denied that castle going up, I think. But this castle going up buys Schmuckabot some more time. He could sell food or sell wood and buy Imperial Age and start trading down his opponent's castles if he needs. But Turchis use some Maggots here to fire away at one of Schmuckabot's TCs. Once again delaying the boom, but Turchis is not booming a lot himself. He has 2 TCs now. Adding monasteries as well, but has the means to add so much more without really doing so. He's actually going low on gold now. He's queuing rams and some eco upgrades here. But his TC will go down for Schmuckabot and allows Turchis to go further. I still would love to see more Eagle Warriors on the field to get some raids in here. Very exposed area. So raids in here maybe as well. Now sends the rams toward the creposts here. I think that ram will go down before it can reach the crepost, unfortunately. Gets lucky here. Gets to a better way and uses Maggots to get and tear down siege as well. But Schmuckabot sees he has to score on lead. He probably knows by now that since his opponent is investing so much into siege, into pikes, into everything, that the Schmuckabot still might have an equal lead because he's on the top scorer here. Now firing at the crepost with a Mangonel here, that's not going to work out because the crepost will outrange or have the same range as the Mangonel. Schmuckabot adding a knight here, but there are pikes on the field so they can deal with this. Turkey is now aiming for production. I'm wondering why Schmuckabot doesn't try to engage and at least focus down some Maggots here, even with some pikes behind all of this. Here come the Conics. They have to engage. They could get some nice hits in on the Maggots now, maybe take out all of them here. So a great fight for Schmuckabot there, taking out 3 Maggots. Fantastic value from the Conics so far. They're also doing decent against the Pikemen here because the Conics have upgrades, the Pikemen do not. But 4 barracks being added by Turchis here, he could be losing this castle now, but sends out Jaguars now to deal with deal with ramps here, but he needs to force some repairs in this castle as well, otherwise he will lose this castle. So these ramps could be targeting this castle instead, or the ramps here. Something needs to happen. So Turkey is losing his position here. He's still on the 4vs2 castles, he's not won his space, but Shmakabov is winning his territory back. He has a 40 villager lead. Turkey's has the eco to support going to the Imperial Age though, but I think he has to keep investing in units and defenses. He loses one castle here now. Shmakabov only missing the gold to go up here, but he doesn't have any gold in his back base. This is his last main gold. This one gold is blocked by a castle, so if this castle goes down, then Shmakabov has access to gold again, but Turkey's really shouldn't allow this to happen. Let's see if Turkey has any army to lead this. He has military, sending some eagles forward, but they can deal with the siege, but maybe not to the conics here. Just need to charge here, I believe. So now charging, getting the ram there, but there are still conics and other things firing away here. Shmakabov got a really nice eco now. He's still missing fruit to no gold to click up, but he's dealing with the forward castles. So monks out on the field for Turkey's again. If he had redemption, he could convert to siege as well, but I don't think he does. He might lose this forward castle unnecessarily now, but he's sending builds into repair. Maybe he can save it after all. Let's see what his stone count is like. He has the gold and the stone to drop another castle as well, depending on how much he repairs this one. Imperial Age will be kicking in for Turkey's, and then he could start trading out Crepos and castles here. And after all, Turkey is not losing completely his forward position here, and forces his opponent to invest a lot in siege and units here. So Castle Age still, first Shmakabov is only reaching Imperial Age. Fights off all the ramps here, they needs to pull back. Turkey's will once again be allowed to continue his forward with the Q-Turbs now. Indeed, he does. He is securing a turb from the foremost castle, I would have to believe. 3 traps secured, why not use the castle here as well to secure a turb to increase production. Lots of upgrades coming in as well, even getting crossbow. So 2 ranges here. Chance to decide for unit combo here once a little bit or anything. Could be nice, of course, to have few ranges to deal with mounted conics, but this castle will go down here. I think Shmakabov might be running out of stone. At least he doesn't have enough villagers to repair this to keep this from going down. So now adding some houses in the back here, it could be to kind of stop from the other, just a measure to deal with the fact being housed from losing the castle. But this is looking a lot like Turkey's game right now. He's adding so many eagles as well. Are those... they're not elite yet, but so many pikes on the field. Trebs firing away. Imperial is in for Shmakabov as well, but he will lose. He has lost his castle, so he can't produce his own trebs. He is extended nicely to this side, so he could get some light cavalries in again. But that would be his last resort, and Turkey has so many pikes on the field now, so the light cav can't really... They can deal with the monks maybe, but not with anything else here. So light cav running around, they are a decent counter for Eagle Warriors, of course, but Shmakabov now losing so much terrain, losing all of his most important defensive buildings here. Both Crepos here going down. Does not have any gold. Has gold on this side if he can reach it, but Turkey's with storm pressure, Imperial Age pressure forward here now has much more eco to support everything as well. And I think we will be seeing Shmakabov falling in GG soon. He even invested into the Hussar Akkal here. Still a nice measure against Eagle Warriors, but doesn't help much when there are pikes on the field. So Eagle Raids on the right hand side, and Pikes and Siege on the other side. Spikes will deal with the traps. I think. I don't think Vertius will lose his traps here. Grid count is evening out for them as well. Schmackerpot had a nice boom going, but was forced into making lots of defensive units as well, and is now losing more or less everything he has. What does Vertius doesn't see too much on this side, but the GG well played is called and brings the score to 1-1 between Vertius and Schmackerpot. I'm sorry to say I have a very important meeting to go to which starts in 10 minutes, so I have to call the stream here, but I promise to finish this set once I go live again. I might even go live later this evening again. Anyway, I will make sure to stream the conclusion here,